Okay. We in here.
I might have some this week with the Canelo fight.
Canelo fights this weekend for real?
Face of boxing. Face of boxing.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's get in here, baby. What's good? Welcome to the May 4th, the Thursday, May 4th edition. Man, Cinco de Mayo on a Friday, boy. Watch out. Welcome into
I'm
the...
at home, though.
Yeah, you know, I don't be outside. I'm at the house. We're at the studio to the house. We welcome you into the Thursday, May 4th edition of Dillon and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy that you're here with us, however you're with us. If it's on the Odyssey app, ESPN 1320, great. If it's 1320 AM, love you for it. If it's on 98.5 FM HD2, awesome. You navigated through that little Christmas logo on your screen. Press the button anyway.
One of these days.
Found little old D-Lo and KC.
One of these days, it's gonna. It's nobody's fault, really.
It's not. They can't figure out
things.
It's
gonna work in November.
If you right, which is wild. If you have one of those spaceships, you might notice 98.5 has a Christmas logo on it, but we can't figure it out. Like every other screen has the ESPN 1320 logo on it. It's just in Teslas.
One of those punches in the Matrix, man.
I don't know what
Everybody's trying. Everybody's
Elon Musk hates Dillon and KC.
Man.
Confirmed.
Well,
It's 100%
like
confirmed. Well, some things you just have to be okay with. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320, we appreciate you. If you just wrapped up the latest edition of Corners of the Culture, we appreciate you there.
People were upset with me. I backtracked a little bit.
You did. I saw that. Well, it wasn't people. It was Manny. Manny's funny. Manny been low-key dissing us like hard on Twitter.
I don't know why Manny does this
for like 2 months.
Yeah.
And I think Manny likes us.
I thought he did.
But it's really weird. Like his tweets really strange. Like I just got to the point where it's like, Manny, I'm not going to respond because I'm on the verge of cussing you out. So I'm just not going to respond. And I'm going to trust that like it's all love and you're just trying to be like, haha. But like it was just Manny who had an issue with your take on brown sugar and me.
Well, and Jay Cliff, see, and then you guys are going to make me do something different. Jay Cliff was like, Brown Sugar's a classic. Well, that's
okay. Now wait a minute. It's not a classic.
Let's settle down.
It's a good movie. Like that's like it doesn't have to be one or the other. It's a good movie. Like it's solid. Like it works.
I thought the movie was fine. I just wanted more.
It's not what you said yesterday or 2 days ago when we recorded.
I got a little emotional.
Got all worked up, entertaining everybody on the podcast. Look at Kenny, Mr. Entertainment, dropping hot takes on brown sugar. So the latest episode of Corners of the Culture is available wherever you get podcasts, of course. It's on YouTube as well if you want to go check out. It was a fun episode because we were having a pretty in-depth conversation before the podcast started that we had to cut off and start the podcast. And then just some strange revelations about young black teenagers and Jamal from House Party 2 and the whole group. And it got weird like really, really quick.
I saw Kyron was talking about that. I was like, why? I don't get it. And then I just remembered it now.
The group's called Young Black Teenagers, right. And there isn't a single young black teenager in it. One of the dudes is Mexican. I thought Jamal, I was like, Jamal's just one of them D-Lo, what's your boy, McDaniels. He's just one of those, the Dolphins coach.
Oh,
I thought he was just
Mike
one.
McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel. I thought he was just one. Did I add the S to it? Did I Kenny Caraway the joint? Is Mike McDaniel?
Yeah, it's Mike McDaniel.
I think I added the S to it. I thought that was Jamal, and like they just have Jamal playing a white dude. No, Jamal is actually a white dude in a group called Young Black Teenagers.
Damn, with no black teenagers.
Not a single one.
Man.
I just want
letting
to
that happen?
just state for the record, no. Like you cannot do that. Like emphatically no. You cannot do that.
Hey, we might have to have him on the show. He got to explain
Jamal?
this.
How you
Yeah.
even get a hold of Jamal?
We'll find a way. He got to explain this. Somebody, DJ Vlad, somebody got to talk. Vlad TV, somebody got to talk to this man. Breakfast
Our
Club,
boy Complex got connections
Complex,
everywhere.
we got to talk to this dude, man.
Complex, can you
he
get us
got to answer
Jamal
to this.
from House Party 2?
he can't just ride off into the sunset with this one, bro.
Also,
I need answers.
We need the rest of the Young Black Teenagers on the show too, because now they're old white men, and I want to talk to all of them. I want to talk to every single one of them. So that podcast, again, is available for you wherever you get podcasts. We're having a blast doing that with our man, the Dope Ones, as part of our Odyssey podcast platform. Celtics blew out the 76ers last night to even the series 121-80 or 121-87, even the series at one apiece.
Kind of saw that one coming.
I think so too. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I predicted a 30-point win, but I thought Boston was going to win rather easily.
They said angry. That was the word Marcus used.
Mm.
My good friend Marcus Smart. I think the angry is a fine word to use the day after. I think they were embarrassed.
Yeah, it should have been.
Like they got beat. You know, it James Harden low key had a Draymond Green moment. Like, you know, follow me. Draymond had his highest scoring output in what, 5 years?
Yeah.
As skilled of a scorer as James Harden is, that was his highest scoring output in 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that in that moment, hey, and not to take, that was a hell of a performance from James Harden, but I think the Celtics were embarrassed more than they were angry. Yeah. And that I think we saw, particularly coming out of halftime in the third quarter, where they essentially ended the game in the third quarter.
They should have been embarrassed. I mean, they had that game won. Jesse, what would you say? They had that game won about 3 different times, game 1, and let it off the hook. And then you got the combination of the Brogdon throwing the ball away, to get the game away, and then Marcus Smart on the inbounds play. I mean, the whole thing was embarrassing in game 1. They came out saying, you know what, we ain't letting that come close to happening again, and they shut everything down. So did what they were supposed to do, did what they had to do. I think they get at least 1 in Philadelphia. I think
Boston. You think Boston does?
Yeah, at least 1. At least 1. They might get them both.
I think Boston might get them both.
Yeah, they might. The onus is really on Philly to win 2 in a row. Like Philly gotta win 2 in a row here to have a shot in this series.
Joe is not healthy, and it sucks, man. It sucks for him. I want to say this though. It was Jalen. Jalen did the post-game interview. The universal outpouring of, or seemingly universal outpouring of respect and love for Joel Embiid winning the MVP is a pretty dope thing to see. Jalen mentioned Joel and how deserving he is of the MVP in his post-game interview. We heard Jimmy Butler not, during the playoffs. Hey, how do you feel about the MVP chant? Oh, with all due respect, that's Joel Embiid, and he deserves it. Like just the outpouring of respect for Joel Embiid from other NBA players was a pretty awesome thing to see.
Yeah, no, he's got that. He's got that. His peers respect him. His peers know that he's not just talk. You know, he likes to joke around, talk trash or whatever, but he's about that action as far as backing it up.
Yeah,
and here we go again. At the 12:08 mark today. The guy's tougher than a $2 steak.
Thank you.
He is. I mean, we were texting in the group chat. I mean, Joel probably should be out for the season.
Healthy. Yeah,
he probably should be in the same boat as Steven Adams was.
He's at minimum probably a 6 to 8 week injury.
Yeah,
he shouldn't be playing.
He's gutting it out. He's like, I'm not gonna let this moment go without doing everything I can to be out there.
It's literally leaving it all on the table. Maybe to his own detriment, is leaving it all on the table. But he knows this is I don't know if this is Philly's last stand as this type of contender, but like at some point you've got to. I believe they have a quality team, right? Like I actually think they have a very good team. I don't think it's good enough though, and I don't know if Joel is 100. But I have Boston going to the finals. I've had Boston going to the finals, which means I didn't believe that the 76ers were good enough to beat the Celtics with Joel healthy. Yeah. So it feels like there's a need for the fine players you have around you need to turn into something more dramatic.
Philly's a really good team. But you talk about the Last Dance. If you ask me, and I know it's revisionist history, that when they had Jimmy, that was it. Once they lost him, they were I know they were a 1 seed at one point. They were never a championship team after that, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, then this is the closest they've had since then.
More than the 1 seed year? Because even then,
I mean,
they didn't have to go up against like that was probably. I mean, it was them in Milwaukee. I don't want to say it was probably the best team in the East, but I mean, the 1 seed year
has Philly ever clearly been the best team in the East? Because we talked yesterday about just like Joel winning the MVP this year is awesome because he's had an incredible like 4 years that just Giannis was incredible too. Jokic was incredible too. Yeah. It feels like the 76ers have been really good. They almost feel like the Clippers. Clippers were really good. They weren't going to be better than the Warriors. Feels like the 76ers are really good.
I would say the 1 seed year.
They were the best team in the East?
I think you could get a consensus that they were the best team in the East. I mean, think about like the storylines and the narratives that were going anything. Milwaukee had just come off the bubble where they lost in 5 to Miami. So people
was this the first annual fire Mike Budenholzer year?
That was,
or was that?
It might have been.
Okay.
So it was before the Nets had KD and Kyrie playing.
Mm-hmm.
The Bucks had just come off losing in 5 in the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
So people were like, Giannis ain't that dude. Boston wasn't there yet, and Philly was the 1 seed.
Okay.
And that's probably
who'd they lose to that year?
Atlanta. Lost 3 games in Philly.
Man. Oof.
Including a game 7.
Oof. Yeah, that's tough.
So I think outside of the Jimmy year, if like we're not counting that was the last time I think they were the best team or had true championship aspirations in the Eastern Conference.
There's a lot of talk about legacies because of some of it is a bit outrageous, but there's a lot of talk about legacies because of the Steph, LeBron, Lakers, Warriors series.
Yeah, outrageous.
Yes, some of it is outrageous, but I'll ask this in our #ring culture environment. Does a ring change anything for Joel? Like the perspective of Joel. Obviously, he wants to win a championship, all that. Does our outlook, the way we look at Joel Embiid, does it change if he wins an NBA championship with the Philadelphia 76ers?
Yeah.
It does?
I mean, I think that's for better or for worse. Like a ring does change things for your legacy. It does. I don't think it's the end all be all. I think people talk about it as if it's the end all be all, and that's not fair. But if you're able to, get that championship, it gets you into another room.
It does.
So
upper room.
So I think he's great. I think he's one of the greatest of his era. But yeah, the championship does change things. Like if we're talking about him versus Giannis got the chip.
But even if Giannis didn't have the chip, would it still be? I feel like it'd still be Giannis, not by a lot,
maybe. But like you could make an argument right now. It should be Embiid, but when we're like trying to figure it out, and then we're like, well, damn, it's really close. But there's one guy who was able to get to the mountaintop.
I don't know that I'd make that argument, though. I don't know that I'd make that argument.
Joel now one
Come
time
on, man. Don't
MVP.
forget. Giannis is that dude.
No, he is. You ain't got to
I mean, Joe. I mean, not that Joe. All right, let's hit pause. We'll come back.
talk about it.
There's plenty more time to talk about this. We're talking titles. Well, what's next for the Kings? Is it a
talking
championship?
Rings? Are we talking rings?
We'll talk Kings basketball here as the day gets going. There's a lot of NBA stuff we want to talk about. We got the phone lines open for you as well, 916-909-1320. We are just getting started. It's Dillon and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Goofy came to hang out with us today. Oh, you know what? Can I mention something real quick? I clicked on something. A tweet caught my attention. Leezy, this for you. I know there's some other people that host, podcasts and like YouTube channels, and like everybody's working on their socials. Leezy does a great job with reels. Like Leezy's a great example, just really grinding, right? A tweet caught my attention, and I'm not calling anybody out. This tweet caught my attention, and it was kind of touting YouTube subscribers. I thought, man, that's incredible. That's great. And I clicked on the page and I started looking around, and I'm like, oh, okay. So something caught my attention today, went back to the page. And again, without doing too much, the math doesn't math. So let me just say this to people who are aspiring podcasters, journalists, content creators. Do not buy subscribers. Don't do it. I know it sucks to look around and see people's channels growing like at an absurd rate, and you can't figure out why your channel's not growing at that same absurd rate. Well, sometimes there's a reason for it. Don't do it because you can notice it. You see it. It's clear. It's fake hustle. It's not real. Don't do it. Grind. The grind sucks. That's why it's called a grind. The grind sucks. That's why Leezy helps us out with it. The grind sucks, but it's a necessary step. Take that step. Don't try to take shortcuts because it doesn't work. You don't get anything out of it, and people notice. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't buy followers on Twitter. Don't buy followers on Instagram. There are services that can help you out on algorithm stuff, like on Instagram, like on YouTube. Some are sketchy. They require really, really in-depth research, but you want to get your product out to your audience. And if you don't, and if you buy this stuff and add this stuff, it doesn't work, and it's counterintuitive to what you're trying to do. Right. Don't do it. Just don't. Hustle, grind, fight through it. It'll all be worth it in the end. Yep. But don't succumb to that temptation to compete like numbers wise with what other people have out there.
Right.
Don't.
Right. And a lot of the times, at least for me, the telltale sign is the engagement.
That's it. That's all people care. That's all. Advertisers, sponsors.
Subscribers.
That's it.
But you got 5 comments. Some may not.
Don't work. Don't work. Don't work.
So just like you said,
work.
man, it's a grind, man. You just got to stay with the grind. You got to stay dedicated to it. Things typically, I know there's a couple of instances maybe where it changes, but typically they don't happen overnight.
It does
you know
not.
What I mean? Like it takes a lot of nights, a lot of long nights, early mornings, knowing, like I said, 2 people are going to watch this.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to get past that. And it's going to happen like that for some time.
And it requires like we fall off. Like if I don't post every day to DillonKC.com, you can see that engagement number drop. If I don't post every day to Damian Bart, you see it fall off. It is diligent. It's work. That's why there's full-time social media coordinators. That's why social media is a full-time job. And if that's how you grow your brand, like I was talking to our girl Monique yesterday, she wants to launch a podcast. Okay, I'll help you. Shit is work.
In Tennessee.
Yep.
Yeah, big ups.
Yep.
Big ups. She
actually has a great idea. It's a really, really great idea. And she's one of those really driven people. Like I think she's going to be successful with this.
Real quick. I don't even know how to say your name. No, man. About this like a year ago. They sell them at Macy's. Like they sell them. You can get a vintage. It's not even vintage because it's brand new, but you can get the throwback hoodie.
Not related to nothing. We were talking about social media during the commercial break. I saw, and I really hope it was him. Jamie Foxx posted something on Instagram yesterday.
Yeah.
Man, I hope that brother is okay. The silence around him and then the just random like outpour of prayer asking is scary.
Yeah.
I hope that brother's okay or is on his way to being okay, because he is just one of the most talented individuals, one of the nicest people you'll ever come across. Met him several times. Yeah, Jamie Foxx is an awesome dude. So I was thrilled to see him post, but I really hope that he's headed into a good place.
I second that, man. I second you well soon, Jamie. I mean, just one of the great entertainers of our era, of all time, to be honest with you, but definitely of our era. He can do it all. So you want him to be okay because of that, but you want him to be okay because of just human nature, just a man, you know. And I've heard a lot of good stories about him, the type of man that he is, and the type of opportunities that he's always willing to give people. And you know, I got a couple connections with him. I never met him or nothing, but you know, a couple people that I know really connected to him, man, and he's taken them under their wing and, you know, just done a lot of good things for these people in their career. So yeah, man, get well soon. And I don't care if he don't, you know, do another album or another comedy show. I just want him to be okay, be able to, you know, see his daughter and eventually his grandkids and all this other stuff, man. So
he's probably the chillest, like, megastar I've ever met. He's just, he like Jamie Foxx is very much a people person. I met him after he won for Ray. I remember the first thing I told him was that I was offended he didn't win for Collateral. Because remember, he was up for both.
Yeah.
And you knew there was no way he was going to give it to him. But go back and watch Collateral. Oh, my God. That scene in the club when he takes his glasses off, he says, tell your boy to put that gun down before I turn it. Like, he just switched it. Oh, it was beautiful. Oh, it was absolutely incredible.
He's
absolutely incredible.
He's unbelievable. And I always say, Unpredictable, one of the great R&B albums of its era.
That's facts.
I love that album.
Yep.
That album is, I know every song of every word on that album. That album was phenomenal.
Ooh, and that record with Luda was a smash. Oh, that was
I mean, he got a couple. I mean, Let Me Take You Home, Girl. I mean, he got some bangers on that one for sure.
We'll get.
No, go ahead. I wanted to ask you something real quick, unrelated.
I was just gonna say we'll get to the Kings here in just a heartbeat, but go ahead.
Did you happen to see a Denver writer explain why Jokic should be the MVP?
First of all, was it Woody Page?
It wasn't Woody Page.
Okay.
It wasn't.
I don't even know if Woody Page is still in Denver.
I want to get the man's name right. Mark Kisla.
Okay.
Wrote an article in the Denver Post, and I just found this on the drive-in, so that's why it kind of came out. But I was like, I gotta figure out if you knew about this. Mark Kisla.
I got a lot of questions about that sentence you just uttered, but we'll deal with that later.
Kisla says, we all know Jokic is the real MVP of bud drinking, SpongeBob loving, everyday peeps like you and me. And all it takes,
who's he talking to,
is one innocent peek at his underwear. I waited so long in Denver's locker room for Jokic to shower, dress, and share his self-deprecating pearls of wisdom after a game. I should probably pay rent. But while cooling my jets, I have learned a thing or two. For example, your Nuggets center has a wicked funny taste in boxers. Underneath the fine and stylish European attire he wears into the arena, Jokic sports wacky underwear that on any given night colorfully celebrates Budweiser, the king of beers, or might be adorned with the face of SpongeBob SquarePants. After silencing Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and the grousing Suns, who seemed to have beef with the ref after every whistle, Jokic slipped into silly boxers and proclaimed that, quote, "That's what she said," across his booty.
Yeah, I actually did see that excerpt.
Hmm.
I didn't realize that was from an article about why Jokic is the real MVP. He's also talking about Bud drinking people like you and me.
I don't drink Bud.
I don't know who that individual is talking to.
I do like SpongeBob, but I don't drink Bud. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you? I just heard about the story.
Yeah.
I haven't. I don't know if he's spoken about the response to the backlash. Do you think he's being serious?
No. And that's what I was about to say.
I want to stall him out on that.
I think he's writing a column about, I think he's writing something about how fun loving. Because if you go back to your first sentence, we all know he's the real MVP of. He didn't say the NBA, right? He said the real MVP of SpongeBob watching, Bud drinking, like whatever. Again, he ain't talking to me.
Right.
He ain't talking to you. He's talking to somebody, but he ain't talking to us.
Right.
But I'll stall him out for that. I think that's more a look at the haha side of Jokic, who doesn't exhibit that in front of the cameras at all.
Right.
He does not. He shows you very, very little personality, and the very little he shows you, he comes across like a jerk. But I think that's also his. I think that's his wall. And I'm okay with any athlete that does that. I have zero problem. My favorite athlete does it. Right. I have no problem with it. I think that's just a look at the goofy side of Jokic.
He comes off really, and once again, I'm like you, I don't have a problem with this, especially from the leader of my team. It comes off kind of no nonsense. Like he's not really here for all the other mess. I'm here to win games, do things the way they're supposed to be done on the court, and that's it. I don't have a problem with that. How many times have I talked about how much I like that about? I feel Sabonis has that, and I like that. Like I do like the characters. I like the fun. I like that too. But there is an appreciation for somebody's like, man, I ain't got time for all this. I'm trying to win games. Do whatever you want to do. Media and I don't care.
Yeah, that's
how he comes off to me.
Yeah, and I'm again perfectly okay with it. That may have just been a look at a different side. Unless the writer follows up with, no, that's why he should be MVP.
I need to find his Twitter.
Then it's an entirely different story.
I guess people have been talking about this for the last 24 to 36 hours.
So
I like to see. I'm assuming he came out and was like, guys, it was a joke. It's not a big deal.
Well, it's a little odd to write about a player's taste in underwear.
Very, very.
I mean, I don't know, but okay.
It's not
like, are there quotes from Jokic in the article? Does Jokic ever talk about his SpongeBob underwear or any of that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't read the whole article. I read an article about the article. I heard people talking about it, so it made me, what are people talking about? Let me look this up. And
And just to recap, you did this all while driving in this morning.
Well, I listened.
Oh, okay.
While I was driving in.
Because Hitch came across. It was really weird when you said it. I was
no. What I heard
about it.
Kenny
really testing that self-driving feature, boy. Kenny gonna be a news story.
Hey, man. Hey, no, I'm 10-2. 10-2 for me. Maybe just 12.
Yeah, it's 12. You know what it is. It's 12 o'clock.
Just 12.
It's 12 o'clock. I'm fine with that. I believe that was just done in jest. But also, I mean, if we were to rank these three players, not the season, but I don't know, maybe the last 5, Joe, Giannis, and Jokic, what would your rankings be? Because you threw me off a little bit. By the way, we've really lost control of this belt thing. We've completely
I don't
lost
think it's
control
really changed.
Of it.
Who has Giannis has the NBA.
Giannis does, but
he's got my NBA.
At what point?
I think Jokic has mine.
Okay. Well, maybe
we're gonna make it official. I'm gonna write these.
We need
down.
to. Yeah,
We're
we
gonna
need
have
to.
it official.
We need to start new. But I'm also like, man, I feel like.
Ladies and gentlemen, and new.
But I don't know.
Oh,
I feel like it can't be Giannis though.
WrestleMania.
You know
4.
what my
It's
first
vacant.
my first inclination is? It's Steph.
That's not bad. Remember, I did give it to Steph.
But it's also, is it Jimmy?
Jimmy got the IC belt. Man.
Jimmy got the. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
that's a good call right there. Jimmy can't be the.
Jimmy got the new big gold belt. He got. We got the Roman Reigns title over here. Then we got the big gold belt. We're just gonna give this somebody because we're not gonna beat Roman.
I gotta see that.
Good one in the chat is Anthony Davis.
So that's. I was thinking of Anthony Davis too. My gut tells me it's Steph though. Steph has been incredible in wins and losses. Like he is trying to drag the Warriors to as far as he can.
Well, here's the deal about the belt. In my opinion,
stretch stage dragging him.
I mean, he's the defending champ, and now he's defending that belt. Like, I took the strap off of him, in the middle of the season, but it's not, I mean, he was hurt. He was hurt, really. That's really what happened.
Who did you give it to, Steph?
Giannis.
Yeah.
Steph had it.
Wait, who has your title now?
Giannis.
Who had it before?
Steph. Then Steph got hurt.
Okay.
And due to inactivity, Giannis has it.
Due to inactivity, he didn't defend the title in 30 days. So Gorilla Monsoon stripped him. Jack Tunney came in and took the title. We've got to get a better grip on these title belts that we have
but
they're a mess.
To your original question, it will be Giannis. You talking about the last 5
Giannis
years?
is first.
Giannis, 2-time MVP, world champion.
Because I just asked you,
world champion. I think that's the separator between those three.
Okay.
Because
I think
Jokic is a 2-time MVP. Giannis is a 2-time MVP. Joel's only one, but I mean, he's played at that level.
It's been those three
the whole
for
time.
5 years, 4 years.
The separator, and this is where, because we got on talking about, if does Joel need that ring to that takes you. That's the tiebreaker. That's the tiebreaker. Is that wrong? They've all been great, but one has gotten to the promised land.
So I guess the way I'll ask this is,
they only want to get to the finals.
Has Denver ever been better than Milwaukee? I don't know. I don't like using the ring, but I guess I get it. I don't know. I'm dumb. I'm lame at this hot take stuff. I feel like a championship is a team thing. And no doubt the star, especially the star, the caliber of these three individuals we're talking about, is a massive, massive part of it. I absolutely don't believe Jokic needs to win a ring to validate his MVP awards. However, when I hear people talk about Giannis needing a ring to validate it, when I hear people talk about Joel Embiid needing to validate the process by winning a championship, then you got to keep the same energy with Nikola Jokic. I don't subscribe to any of that. Because the Bucks got a really good team. The Celtics, they got a really good team. I think Philadelphia does. Philadelphia, who's favored in this series? It's got to be Boston, right?
Yeah, Boston's favored going in game 3.
So how do you look down at a team or a play? In this case, we're specifically talking about a player, but how do you look down on if they're not favored? Like if Vegas says this team is better, you're ranked lower after 82 games. Like, how do you look down at them for not winning?
Well, okay, so look, here's another aspect to that, though. Giannis wasn't favored when he won. He went out and got it.
Who was Brooklyn?
Brooklyn was the higher seed, and they were favored. I'm sure Philadelphia is probably more favored that year.
They was fighting for Bud's life. It was trying to get rid of Mike Budenholzer after winning 65 games or whatever.
And if I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Phoenix was favored in the finals over Milwaukee, and he went and got it done.
That feels like a stretch, but okay.
Okay.
Okay. I
they
mean,
were a 3 seed. Milwaukee was a 3 seed that year. It was Philly, Brooklyn, Milwaukee.
Okay. Well, what's that got to do with Phoenix though?
Phoenix was a 2 seed, I think they were.
Were they 60 wins?
They might have been 60 wins that year.
I think they were
No,
one
they
seed.
were a little less than 60 wins.
Weren't they a 1 seed?
No, because they were 1 seed the year they lost to Dallas. I think they were the 2 seed because I feel like Suns Lakers was 2-7.
Okay.
So they probably didn't win 60 games that year. It was probably high 50s, mid to high 50s.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I just think using rings as a separator in these conversations is tough.
But
I get it. I mean,
there is
I get
no
it.
other separation, I don't think.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason for using them, because they're all equal all the way across the board. If we are to, like, I just say whatever, like they're all just great. But if we are trying to rank them or put some, there's got to be an eliminator.
Is Jokic second?
That's a good question.
I'd have Giannis
probably
first too, and I even if not including the ring, I'd have Giannis first. I want to put Joel second, but
I do too. I don't. But it's hard to overlook Jokic, man.
Yeah, like I don't know that you
can. It feels a little disrespectful to put Joel.
I think it's just simply I like watching Joel more than I like watching Jokic.
That's what it is.
But Jokic is incredible.
It feels like my first thought was, Embiid would be second, but that feels disrespectful to Jokic. He's amazing. He is amazing.
Well, is it disrespectful to Joel to put him third? Because you're saying it's disrespectful to Jokic. Was it disrespectful to Joel?
Jokic is
two-time MVP. Two-time MVP. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough conversation. What? No rankings, MVPs all aside. What a 4 or 5 year stretch those three players have had. They have dominated this league. A league with Steph Curry in it. A league with LeBron James in it. A league with Kevin Durant and Anthony Davis and Devin Booker and Jason Tatum and all of these guys in it. Like, these three have stood out amongst everybody else for, going on half a decade at this point.
Kind of sneaky too, right? Like, because you just mentioned all those guys that if somebody said, starting in the, I don't know what year you would say, but the era, right? The era, you'd still say LeBron. You'd say Steph. No, you probably even throw Kevin Durant in there. You probably throw Giannis in there, but I don't know if you'd mention Jokic and Embiid. Like you said, for the last 5 years, those three guys have dominated the sport.
Yeah.
On the low.
Yeah, they absolutely have.
And I don't see it changing. Like, I don't see it changing. Those three are probably going to be those dudes for the next 3 years. I know Steph is phenomenal and great, and he's playing at an unbelievable level, but he's also, he is getting older. These guys are still in their 20s.
Yeah. Do you think, does the non-American factor play into that? Because we talk about LeBron, like you mentioned LeBron, Steph, KD. Obviously, they're all certified. They're all legends. But if we're being honest with ourselves, these three are probably, in terms of the great players in the league right now, they're probably a smidge bit above them. And again, it's not to diminish either one of them, but or any of those two groups, but they are. Set like KD's probably the lowest in this ranking right now, which is bizarre. But I see Steph and Sue Bird every time I turn on the TV. I see Steph doing Subway commercials. I see, obviously, LeBron's portfolio is undeniable. Don't really see Kevin Durant as much, but you don't. I feel like I don't see Joel or Jokic or Giannis in as many commercials that run during NBA games.
Yeah, I think the first thing that came to my mind was the fact that they're big men. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
But two of them have pretty big personalities.
Yeah, but I just think it's different.
So Boban, the only big man who can get action out there in the commercial world.
That's what it feels like. I'm surprised. And so the first thing I thought about was they're big men. the what you were talking about as far as like non-American, I think that plays a little bit of role in it. But even though there's a accent to it, well, Jokic knows English too, but we never hear him talk. But even though there's an accent to Giannis and Embiid when they speak, they're pretty witty, right? Like they, like you mentioned, they can be.
Yeah, they
on
got big
commercials,
personalities.
right?
Yeah.
So I feel like the non-American thing, I don't know why that is an issue. Then I thought about shoes, and I was like, they need a Nike campaign. Then I remember Giannis is on Nike,
Freak, yeah.
and I feel like Nike could be doing more.
Well, it's sketchy to buy a shirt with a swoosh that says freak. I just don't know that you can walk around with that. Just a t-shirt that says freak. Like maybe they should have found a different campaign.
Maybe so. I don't know why. But my first thought was they were big men. And you think about like I want to say iconic moments, but something to that effect. We always think of like the guy hitting the game-winning shot, or the one that puts everything away on a pull-up jump shot. Pull up, fade away. He's backtracking down the court, and it's all good. We never think about the drop step. Like ain't nobody like, oh, the drop step sent everybody. Like no. Like we think
one of the more famous big man buzzer beaters is the one that Patrick Ewing missed.
Oh, I wasn't a Knicks fan back then, so it didn't hurt me. But they have never forgiven Patrick for that one. The finger roll miss. But what's all of their most iconic moments? I don't think Embiid or Jokic have one.
Embiid's watching Kawhi's ball go in the basket.
That is. No, that is.
Unfortunately, that's Joel's
that probably
moment.
Is. Giannis is if he has one, it's probably the alley-oop in the finals. And one.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is, but even then, that's probably a stretch.
I don't think Jokic has one. Their iconic things are their box scores.
Which everybody, like, Reese ain't reading no box scores. Reese,
well, box scores
son.
and old. Well,
their
stat line graphic that comes from House of Highlights or
right.
something like.
But they ain't even reading that.
No.
They just seeing the moment. And Steph has those moments. LeBron has those moments
regularly. Yeah.
KD has those moments.
What's KD's moment?
KD's moment off the top of my head. I mean, there's a couple, but the one off the top of my head is probably the one where he tied it with his foot on the line. It's either that or pulling up against LeBron in the 2017 finals.
Oh, yeah. Cold.
Yeah. But you got that. I mean, Luka has those moments. You know, you put Dame has those moments. But once again,
Dame got a lot.
Think about these people's moments. They're all like these jump shots. Russ got them. Russ's most famous moment is a shot that's not even what he does, but it's a three-pointer.
The Denver?
Yeah.
The
shot at Denver. So I think that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I guess it could. I mean, it makes sense.
First and foremost, being a big man, though. Being a big man hurts them. I think if they were guards.
So Shaq really was 101?
Yeah.
Oof.
And even then, like after we saw Shaq for a while, like we moved on to Kobe. Right?
Oh, for sure.
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Well, like I think it was more when Shaq was the enduring story in Orlando.
Right. And
story.
We hadn't seen anything
like
Shaq.
And then it's LA.
Crazy.
And then when it became Miami, I mean, one, I think also Shaq declined. So I think that all kind of, and then Shaq and Kobe were barking with each other, and then it's like, this isn't cute.
But even when Kobe came around, it was like, we're drawn to Kobe. Once the guard was around,
but I think it took a little while for that. Couple seasons.
They were on that. It was Lakers Bulls on TNT because of Kobe Bryant, not because of Shaq. And Michaels in like '98 or whatever. Who's all the highlights of that Madison Square? It's Kobe. When Kobe came around, it was Kobe because he was the guard.
We mentioned We wanted to talk more about the Kings and what may be next for them. We'll do that. Want to talk about the Dillon Brooks situation as well. That got a lot of play yesterday. I love how every time JJ Redick is on TV, he's just really pissed off about something.
Can we play that when we get to that? I want to,
Yeah, we could do that. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Olivia Christian on the way. Matt George, final hour of the show. Plenty more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Get that pulled up.
All right. Another
now.
free lunch next week at 12 noon.
12 o'clock.
No,
I think it said Monday.
Yeah, they were setting up. Looked like they were setting up for something. Timesheets, guys. Timesheets.
I've never eaten one.
Never
Except when James brings French fries.
Oh.
I could eat that. Let's see, JJ.
I don't know if you guys are asking this question, but Fox's moment is Orlando. That's his moment. Orlando?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Buzzer beater?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's his moment. That's his moment of the year.
I mean, I like the I'm fucking nice personally, but
I liked it too.
there we go.
Because they don't eat that much, John. Like, this is the first time I've eaten all day. It's 12:45. And then I go home, don't eat that much there, just eat dinner. I love breakfast too,
Man,
but I don't really eat in the morning. I don't have time.
man, with our plans, you better figure out an eating schedule. Got to have that energy, man.
But I don't eat just in general. That's not. I just don't eat that much.
I'm trying to figure out mine because I got to stay eating every couple hours. I got to figure out a way to actually eat something at 2 o'clock. That's what I got to figure out.
Michigan Wolverines. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching it.
Just found out earlier. I will too.
Jesse sending the link.
It should be a nice little scene though. In what's the place called again?
Where they at? Mexico City?
Jalisco.
Is it a
Jalisco?
paper? Is it a pay-per-view?
Mm-hmm.
I got you, Dan. Don't worry.
Yeah, I got you too. Not, yeah,
You won't be paying for fights on my watch. Shout out Dana White.
Oh, we're watching him right now.
We got him.
We got him.
We're watching his house right now. He has no idea.
Jackass.
Once that sucker goes live, we got him.
Absolute jackass. Big John, I cannot get on your meal plan, buddy. We do not have the same weight distribution. Oh, there you go. I got to make one of those this weekend, Dwayne. I got a birthday coming up, and it was requested that I cook for her, so I got to cook.
I think get on the grill this week. Hey, can I say something real quick? This only has to be a minute. It doesn't have to be long at all. But I saw something, and I intentionally didn't tweet about it. Nothing. I said I gotta talk about this on the show. I got a platform. We gotta talk about this on the show. Watched the A's for the first time last night. That is embarrassing. What's going on in Oakland? Obviously, we've talked about it a number of different times, but to actually see it, Damien, there's less than 500 people there, and it's May. They've got the whole season. Let's just say best case scenario, they find a way to leave at the end of the season. They got to go through probably another 70 games of this. That's best case scenario. I don't know where they would play if they left. So they might be here for another couple years.
Wild. That is
I'm watching
wild.
the game, bro. I didn't watch the whole game. I came in the 8th, and the A's blew it in the 9th. But there had to be less than 5. There might have been less than 300 people there.
Mm.
I've never seen anything like that.
So we've established what this is, right? That it's embarrassing and how useless Rob Manfred is. You say there's less than 300 people there. I'll pose this question: Who cares?
MLB should care.
Yeah, but they've established that they don't.
Right.
Like they've established they're willing to go through this an entire season, and perhaps I can't even say that. There's no way the A's can play in Oakland next year. There's just no way.
They go, though.
I don't either.
You put them in. They got a AAA ballpark in Las Vegas. You put in a major league team in a AAA ballpark that's going to get. What is Raleigh Field or Sutter Health? That holds like 1,500.
Oh, well, that's what 5 times the amount of what you just said. But at the same time, if I'm Sacramento, I'd be like, no, take your bitch ass to Nevada.
No, I'm saying I was just saying. In Vegas, they have a AAA stadium.
We'll do that,
but that's
you have to do that. You got to do that.
Wow.
What did the Chargers? Didn't they play in
the Home Depot Center?
Yeah, which was an MLS thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. You can't because the lease is up.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. You can't.
That's
Oakland
crazy.
can't. The A's cannot, and Oakland shouldn't.
If I was, I'd be a jackass if I was Fisher. But if I was him, I would, or if I was Manfred, I might do. And this is different circumstances, but like what they did with the Hornets in Oklahoma City after Katrina. You know, they put the Hornets in Oklahoma City, and that was actually like the gateway to Oklahoma City getting a team. I would see if I could play in Portland or if I could play in San Antonio in the Alamo Dome for 2 years and say, hey, maybe this is your guys, tryout to see if we have expansion, we can come here. But I couldn't, if I was there, I could not put them in a minor league stadium. That's a no-go. And I maybe as a trial run for Portland or for San Antonio, like I said, to see if you can have a team.
I got you. The issue with that is we're talking multiple years.
Yeah, we're talking 2 to 3 years.
We're talking multiple years, and we're not talking about multiple years because of a national disaster. We're talking multiple. In some ways, we are. We're talking about multiple years because of the disaster that is Rob Manfred in his office. And the embarrassing ownership of the Oakland A's. And people asking I saw like, can Vivek buy the A's? The A's aren't for sale.
Right.
They're trying to get out of Oakland. They're essentially sabotaging this whole thing. This is what they're accomplishing, what they want. They do not care that they're playing in front of an empty stadium. That does not faze them. This isn't a Kings Maloof situation.
Right. That's
not what this is. Fisher's not selling this off to a group in Las Vegas. He's taking this team to Las Vegas. And you talk about, y'all ever wonder what tanking really looks like? This is it. This is what tanking really looks like. And they have so much money, they don't care. And the fact, all of that aside, it's his team. I think it's gross. It's whatever. It's his team. The fact that Rob Manfred signed off on all of this publicly is so gross. Yeah. Like, how do the other owners look at this guy like, yeah, that's a leader right there? Or maybe, and maybe you don't want one. Maybe because you are essentially telling Rob Manfred what to do. Maybe as an owner of a baseball team, you don't want a leader. Right. You want someone to go out there and do what the hell you're telling them to do. Right. But yeah,
it just stood out to me yesterday when I was, because I like watching baseball. The Giants had a day game. Turn around, who's on? Oh, the A's are let me see the last 3 innings or whatever the case may be. And I just sat there. I mean, you could hear conversations, during that game. I think if there's 300 people there, 100 of them might have been Mariners fans.
Mm.
And I was like, I never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this.
And we haven't even talked about how many of those might have been comps.
Right.
Because when you're down to a number that low, generally, if you have 30,000, your comps are in at minimum 1,000. Mm-hmm. They're probably in the thousands.
Mm-hmm.
You got 300. You think people bought those?
Mm.
So let's say if they do go to Vegas, is everyone just expecting the A's to start spending money again? Like, does Vegas even want this?
I think that's the thought. The A's would start spending money. I mean, because they got the money. They got the money. This is like the 5th richest owner in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
He got the money. He's just a slumlord.
Well, you got the money, and you got a new stadium, and you've got a new shiny town in Las Vegas,
mm-hmm.
and that's how you sell it to baseball players.
Mm-hmm.
You can spend your whole year here in Las Vegas.
Yep. So I think, Jesse, to answer your
question, in this new air-conditioned stadium that we just built.
Right. I think they would start spending. I think they'd
mm-hmm.
be heavy spenders. I think they would operate like a true Major League Baseball team.
And I don't think they'd have any trouble getting people either.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's a damn shame.
That was crazy.
That is an absolute shame. Sorry to all the A's fans out there. I hope a lot of you followed the James Ham model and just find well, James said I don't know if I could support Major League Baseball anymore.
Yeah. That's understandable too.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling you, adopting players is the way to go. Find players that you like and ride with them. Olivia Christian going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll see if we can get through a conversation with her without her ending the entire broadcast for everybody. Amazing. All these years, she only did it. She only did it once. We're sitting here dumbfounded like this. What just happened? Took a minute. I don't even know that she knows she did it, unless she's watching right now. She has no idea that she did it.
And also, real quick, people are talking about Sutter Health Park, and they could expand. I think they said like 10,000 in there. I'm with you. I wouldn't
do it.
I would tell them to kiss my ass.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't come here.
You
don't
need that stench on us.
Nah, y'all go ahead. Go to Nevada,
or
go to Portland. Go to hell. Go wherever you want, but you ain't coming here.
No.
You're listening to Dilo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. Kings season is over. Still plenty of Kings basketball to talk about, namely, what's next for the Sacramento Kings. We saw Monty McNair pick up his Executive of the Year award. Of course, we'll be waiting for the All-Pro announcements to see if Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox both make the top 15 players in the league. And then, the lottery thankfully, the lottery doesn't have the same cachet as it used to.
I said lottery's like 2 weeks away.
Yeah. We're not used to playing this late in the season, so it's kind of sneaking up on us. And plus, that might have been the longest first round in history. But the draft is coming up shortly thereafter, free agency, summer league, all of that different stuff. And then, with all of that stuff, draft, free agency, summer league, training camp, all of that comes with expectations. And we've talked a lot about that. We've talked a lot about how you should enjoy this year, enjoy this feeling. Even Monday. I thought Monday's show was fantastic. There was no funeral in here. It was, hey, Warriors got him. What a season the Kings had. Look back on it, talk about it, blah, 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 blah. That's not going to be the case next year. And, I think what will be interesting to follow is win totals, seeding. I don't know what Vegas is going to project them at. I think they were, 30, anywhere from 33.5 to 35.5 this year. We also know a lot of people aren't buying those 48 wins, because they stayed healthy. The gall, the gums, the nerve of the Kings to stay healthy.
They weren't really that good. They just stayed healthy.
They just stayed healthy because, crappy players who stay healthy can win games. Yeah, it's a new one. But I don't know what that win total is going to be set at. Again, that has nothing to do with Mike Brown and the players inside that locker room. But it does set a marker for fans.
Yeah.
And unlike years past, I don't think we have to look at the Las Vegas numbers. I mean, it's always interesting to see for sure. But the number you look at, and I think this is what Monty McNair was talking about yesterday, the number you look at is 48. So that's what you finished at this year.
Mm-hmm.
Are you improving? How are you improving? Are you a 3 seed again, but are you a 3 seed with 50 something wins? Are you a 3 seed again, but finishing at the 48 wins again? There's going to be a story behind next season, just like there was a story behind this season. But there's a lot of nexts for the Sacramento Kings,
Mm-hmm.
and they all kind of jumble up together. The lottery doesn't really matter this year. The draft is, a little over a month away, and man, it's then it's free agency watch, and I think that's the number one thing Kings fans have their eyes on is free agency.
So let me
Unless Chris Murray is drafted.
Yeah.
Would it be weird?
Yeah, I wouldn't want Chris Murray here.
Really?
Not like, I don't want to say it like that, but
Is he a top 20
yeah, he's in that range
player?
He seems to be in that range from a lot of the mocks that I see.
I haven't looked at one mock draft yet.
I looked a couple times.
Who's number 2? Sorry, I just
Scoot.
Scoot's still number 2?
I've seen a couple of Brandon
both?
Millers.
Okay.
I've seen more Scoots than Brandon Millers, but I've seen some Brandon Millers.
Okay, but why wouldn't you want Chris here then?
I just, that seems like a bit of a distraction. Like, because then, the media always asking Keegan, oh, you're playing with your brother, asking Chris, playing with your twin brother. I guess.
Well, they've been asked that their whole life.
Yeah, I think they're off that.
Did Brooke and Robin play on the same team?
In the NBA, I don't think so. Obviously, they went to the same college.
Yeah.
I don't think so in the NBA.
Okay.
But I think, I don't know. I just feel like they might be off that. I could be completely wrong. I don't know them. I haven't talked to them or their father or anything. But it seems like let them go have their own paths as professionals instead of being linked.
So, no, that's fine until you get to where are the Kings 24?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the best player available just happens to be the brother of a player we have.
No, I get it. But so he's the best player available, but does he fit the Kings' need?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I'm not in draft mode yet, bro. Give me a week. Yeah, I got you on Monday.
I don't think he is. Like if he's there and more athletic 3-and-D type guy is there, I think that's the best player for the Kings.
Doesn't this beg the? I feel like this conversation maybe it doesn't come up once a year, but I feel like it comes up. Shouldn't free agency happen before the draft?
I always forget how I feel about that. I don't know. My first thought is it doesn't.
I'm outraged. I can't remember why.
I think because I feel like the conversation centers around basketball and the NFL need to switch how they go about things. I think people have said they'd rather the NFL draft happen before NFL free agency, and they'd rather NBA free agency happen before the NBA draft. I feel like that's what people say a lot of the times. And they're both obviously the opposite.
Yeah.
And not in the right place for either league.
Well, maybe I mean, maybe it's free agency before the draft. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like it might work better, but
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Yeah.
They could change it and be like, hey, it worked better the other way. Go back.
Well, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out
but it doesn't work with their calendar.
Right.
With
it doesn't.
calendar.
Right. No, it doesn't.
Especially now
because the finals and summer league sandwich those two.
Since summer league is now like
a thing.
Yeah.
A big thing.
They're like, well, no, we can't move off of that.
Yeah. That's money.
Yeah.
We're literally getting the entire NBA world into one place for an entire weekend.
Right. I forgot the WNBA All-Star game was there this year. I definitely want to go to that.
But that's the next weekend, though, isn't it?
Is it the next weekend? I thought it was the same weekend.
It can't be the first weekend of Summer
Must
League.
Not be. Must not be.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Because those are all that's the earthquake game. That's the Zion game. Like, but that's where the marquee games are. The marquee games are that first weekend.
Yeah, marquee games are on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You can put All-Star game on a Sunday. Or
you could
open those games, open Sunday up and not have Scoop versus Wemby on Sunday. Make that on Monday or Saturday.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I think you're right.
Maybe not put the All-Star game at 10 a.m. or whatever
there's that
weird time it was on. It is.
It's the next weekend?
Yeah, it's July 15th.
Yeah,
and
right.
Summer League starts the 7th. Yeah, 6th or 7th. Yeah. If you'd like to sponsor Dillon and Casey's trip to Summer League,
please help us, please.
Please contact rich.ripley at odyssey.com. We will make your business proud. Again, that's rich.ripley at odyssey.com.
Yeah.
Shout out to our people, Michelob Ultra Arena. We just did a month-long thing with Michelob. Rich, if you're listening,
Rich, Justine,
let's get this done.
Come on now. We did good business with them.
We did great business with them.
Yeah, great business, man. Let's do it again. Stance again.
The trip just got a little bit longer, though. We were originally thinking 3 days. Now we're thinking maybe 8.
Or just send us back.
I don't know.
We'll come back on Sunday, then we'll go back out the following Friday.
Okay.
Damn, then I'll have to be there like the next week too, personally.
You're really pushing it. And I'm going the next month.
Oh, jeez.
I'm really getting uncomfortable with these Vegas trips. Also,
Super Bowl's in Vegas next year.
Also, let's not forget we may have other obligations
at
that time too.
Got to use their studios. So the thing about, excuse me, we do have a cough button. It just came out of nowhere. But the thing about whether or not, like, what next year will look like. I think a lot of the times, and I understand it. I'm not saying one is right or wrong. I think you focus on win total. I focus on destination. If they won 48 next year and made it to the second round, that's all that matters is they made it to the second round.
Yeah, I'm not focused on win total at all.
That was just this year? Because remember, we had coming into this season, I was like, well, if they're 40 and 42,
right,
make the playoffs.
I needed to know they were better. Well, no, 40 and 42, I didn't mind. What I was looking at was like, don't be 37. Don't finish like where you were last year. The conference be crap. You get into the play-in, win a playing game, and all of a sudden you're a playoff team because you won 33 games in 2 playing games or a playing game. I didn't want that to me because that doesn't show growth.
I understand.
So
but it
this
didn't
year,
matter
yes,
to me because it was all about.
Okay, so you're right. Yeah, this year the win total did matter because I believe the win total this year showed whether you had improved as a team or not.
I got you.
But you're right. I'll get off that. I'll get off that ship this year, and if it's make the playoffs in advance.
So, and I'll ask everybody out there
or grow, like continue to get better. Don't get beat by offensive rebounds from Kevon Looney Chamberlain or any other player in the league.
A lot of people talk about the Kings following the same path as the Warriors, right?
I saw that.
And that is crazy.
It was a very popular video.
That's crazy too, by the way.
The Steph Curry tweet that's out there.
That's wild. But the Warriors, they got to the second round in their first appearance. Kings lost in the first round. But the next year, the Warriors came back and lost in a 7-game series in the first round. And people probably looked at that as a step back for the Warriors. If the Kings, say they're the 6th seed next year, and they play Phoenix in the first round, they lose a 7-game series to Phoenix. Obviously, the tone's going to be a little different than this year, the last game of the year this year. But, I mean, are we it's hard to say now on May 4th, but are we still looking at that as like, you guys didn't take a step? Or
well, I'm not I don't think I'll be overly critical of them, but the story of the season does matter. You're a 6th seed. Okay. Did Domas play 75 games? Did De'Aaron play 75 games? Did your core players play a bulk of the season again?
Mm-hmm.
If they did, okay, 6 seed. Okay, 6 seed. That's the number. What was the win total for the 6 seed? 46, 47, 48. Okay, 40? All right. That's kind of problematic. So you're a 41 and 41 6 seed that loses in the first round is different to me than if you're a 48 win 6 seed who loses in the first round.
44 wins. That's what the Warriors had as a 6 seed. 44.
So that's -4. Again, there's more, more story to be told, but I don't think it's the end of the world.
I don't think so either.
Because what you have to are the expectations. Are Kings fans believing the expectations for next year are to win a championship? That's what that's essentially what we're talking about, right? Do you think the Sacramento Kings are your expectations for your Sacramento Kings next year to win an NBA championship? Because if they're not, like where they get eliminated, and this is something I was processing midway through the fourth quarter on Sunday, is I didn't think they were winning a title. So the fact that they got beat by a team who I think might be capable of doing it, it's not the end of the world. It sucks. We wanted it bad. But, it was I just wish we would have beat the Warriors. I just wish we would have beat the Warriors. We were all so emotionally invested in the Warriors series, whether it's the regions or the trash talking or whatever. We were so emotionally invested in it. Well, it only would have taken a day and a half for you to get really emotionally invested in the Lakers series. So when in a lot of our heads, we think, it would have been fine if we lost the next series. No, that would have sucked too. Because it would have been the Lakers. Had it been the Grizzlies, maybe you feel different, but you probably wouldn't have because you would have gotten into the emotion of that series. And I don't think my expectations for this team as constructed right now is to win an NBA championship next year or to represent the West. Now that could change come June and July. Sure. But I think this is a really good team I think this team as is, and I don't believe this is the team we're going to see in October. I believe this team as is can take a step forward next year.
I think they can too. Right now, don't hold me to this because things might change.
I'm going to.
Throughout the next 6 months or whatever. But right now, the main goal is to get back to the playoffs. That's the goal. If they got back to the playoffs,
don't beat Minnesota.
Right. If they got back to the playoffs and lost in the first round, I'm not looking at that as buzzword, these playoffs, but as a failure. Because you're establishing something. You're establishing that you are a perennial playoff team. You're still trying to do that. So you've got to get back to the playoffs. We always talk about the golden times and all this other stuff. After 99, they got back to the playoffs and lost in the first round again. They were an 8th seed again and got to the playoffs and lost. So I think the most important thing for this team next year, and once again, it's May 4th. Feelings can change. But how I feel right now is you got to get back into the playoffs. That's the goal. And where you finish that season from there, I hesitate to say it's gravy, but kind of is.
Hey, is TC still there? No? Okay. Sorry.
Call
TC.
back, TC.
No, don't.
No,
we love TC, but Olivia's coming up.
Call back later.
Yeah, you know when to call back, TC. That's my bad. I completely missed it. Jesse sent me the note, and I completely missed it. That's my bad.
Hey, I need these people to, y'all got to stay on there. I remember when I was a young caller in there, I'd stay.
I'm gonna keep it real. I told TC to call back in like 30 minutes because we're coming up on break.
Okay. I was about to say because I was committed. I'd stay on for a couple segments if need be, get my voice heard.
And that's why you're here.
Hey, say.
And that's why we going where we going. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Olivia's end of the season awards.
Oh.
I just saw the tweet.
Like that.
Olivia's end of the season awards are coming up when Olivia Christian, the host of the game last night, joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, Rob Dub, that's not cool, man. That's not cool.
Didn't TC say it was overrated when you brought it up last time or something like that?
Nah, that's overrated, bro. I love
That was
TC.
funny.
I love TC. It's overrated, bro. Nikki D. She ain't even hear me. Y'all act like, don't act like it. Y'all just wait. We be in here. We're gonna have that music turned up so loud.
This dude throwing 102 effortlessly.
I feel like everyone does that now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who am I texting?
You see the AL East, how good it is?
I haven't looked at it in a couple days.
Yankees are in last,
How about
and they're over
aren't the Yankees
500.
struggling? Sucks to be them.
Uh-oh. Oh, there she is. Look at dog. Hold on. What am I missing? Banners. There we go. Hey.
Maybach.
Hey.
Oh,
How are you?
Hi, guys.
what up, though?
I heard you, Damien. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good.
We all right.
You heard what?
I heard you say, how are you? And then I
Oh.
didn't respond right away.
It's raining here for no reason. I
For
didn't
absolutely
appreciate
no
that.
reason.
I didn't appreciate that.
Hey, before we come back on the air, this only happened one time in history, and it was last week. Make sure you don't hit end broadcast when you're done. Just X out. Because end broadcast, in fact, ends the broadcast.
It's the broadcast. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We were like, yo, that was weird. What happened? That's crazy. And then we got it relaunched and we're doing the segment. I was like, oh, I think I know what happened.
Oh, that's weird because I did go back to look at the recording and I was like, why are there two parts?
Right.
Damn.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. Your hair
How
looks
are you?
nice.
Thank you. I got a blowout a few
I see
days
that.
ago. I don't remember how I leave. How do I typically
You just
leave?
you just X out.
Okay,
That's
close
easy.
the window.
You just have to X out. That's all.
I've been messing around on StreamYard. That's why I acted like it was my own.
Well,
my
that's
own
good.
broadcast.
Did you record your latest interview in StreamYard?
Yes, I interviewed Dave Stewart yesterday.
I didn't know if it was a secret, so I wasn't going to say what it was, but you did. So that's good. Well,
No,
are
it's on Spotify right now. It's on
good.
my website.
Is it on YouTube?
It's
Is
on
the video
YouTube.
on YouTube? Oh, good.
It's on YouTube.
I'm gonna check that out, man. Let me check that out.
It's long. Dave was suffering from allergies, and he's like, ugh. And at the very end, he was like, "Hey," I'm like, "All right." But we had a good conversation about the A's leaving potentially and the new rules. It's pretty dope. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, you've interviewed him a couple times, right?
Just once, 5 years ago, around the
Mhm.
same time.
Yeah, I remember he was one of
Did he
your
remember?
original.
Yeah, I saw him last year when I was up at NBC in the city, and I was like, "Dave, do you remember you pitched to me in the batting cages?" And he was like, "Oh, and you were really bad." And I was like, "I got 2 hits. What are you talking about?" Plus, I was drunk. I drank his wine and my wine at lunch when we were doing the interview.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
But he's a super positive guy,
Yeah, it seems like it.
And he looks.
and he loves all the rule changes. Really, he really had a lot of good insight as to why he thinks it's a great move by MLB to do what they're doing. Yes, Dave Stewart is an OG. Oh, I don't carry a little dog in my purse, Stephen Brown.
All right, we're coming back. Oh. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. And live with the host of the game last night, Olivia Christian, here with us.
I wonder if she thinks that was a bad take by me.
Well, ask her because I don't know
Is
what you're
Brown
talking
Sugar
about.
overrated? Is it not a good movie?
Brown Sugar or what?
Is
The
Brown
movie.
Sugar overrated?
I don't think it's overrated. I feel like when you watch movies when you're young, they play a special part in your life, and so they seem gigantic and amazing. But it was, it was nice.
I was
Wait, how
disappointed.
young were you when Brown Sugar came out? Like, what are you talking about?
The bigger question is, how old am I now? That is.
I was disappointed in Brown Sugar when it came out. I expected more. And my whole thing, if you listen to Corners of the Culture, I said all they did was just take Love and Basketball and substitute music for basketball. I was like, that I didn't want that.
Essentially, yeah. Well, for those people who didn't see Love and Basketball, maybe that's why they love Brown Sugar. But Love and Basketball, if you go back and look at it, I think Love and Basketball is a nice movie too. But it's like you're playing for my heart. So he loses the game. And he goes to his fiance like, "Sorry, we can't get married because I lost a pickup game." Like, what? How does that work?
I won't allow any Love and Basketball. I'm not going to allow that. I mean, that
see,
you want
that's
to talk
a
about
movie
a
that you
classic?
just-
That is a classic. Damn it.
I like the movie, but some of this stuff doesn't make any sense. You have to just suspend reality and enjoy what you see.
Well, we know how much Olivia hates black movies. Goodness.
No, Love Jones, and the soundtrack. Number one.
Love Jones is that one.
I don't know if I go number one. That's good stuff. Yeah, it's good stuff indeed. Well, since we're handing out rankings, we're handing out awards. Apparently, Olivia's got her end of the season awards. I'm anxious for this.
There's no cash award related to these awards that I'm giving out. This is my take on an incredible season that the Sacramento Kings performed for us fans. I think, this being Thursday, you all have had an opportunity to really digest the season, talk through your feelings about how the season ended. And I just wanted to shout out some guys that I saw really step up in the playoffs and throughout the season. So my number one, my most improved player goes to Davion Mitchell. Davion last season, we were talking about, he clearly can really lock down players. He's focused on defense, but you didn't want him to be a liability on the court on the offensive end. I still don't think is where he wants to be. I think there's some room for improvement, but I liked the fact that he didn't diminish his defensive ability as he gained some offensive ability. He continued to try to take shots when they were available to him, look for shots, look for others. And I'm glad that we saw some improvement this season. And I remember a while ago, I was on with James Ham, and he was talking about that. Like, he needs to be able to be all these things. And I'm like, he doesn't have to be everything, but you definitely don't want to be a liability. He doesn't have to be a shooter that comes out of nowhere. We've got some of those spot up shooters, but he definitely has to be known for something. And he's known for what he does on the defensive end. Adding that shot is just going to make his stock go higher. So cheers to you.
He can't be a liability there. He doesn't have to be De'Aaron Fox. He doesn't have to be Malik Monk, but he can't be a liability.
Do you guys think he was a liability this year?
This year, no.
This playoffs?
Man, liability is a strong word.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think liability is the right word. I just think Golden State challenged him to make it. It's like, okay, we're not giving that to Malik. Kevin Huerter ain't hit a shot in a month. We might not even give it to him. We're going to give it to you, though. And through the bulk of the series, he couldn't make them pay for it. Even though he hit one of the biggest three-pointers in recent memory in this series.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the level expectation for Davion wasn't that he was going to be able to step in for a Huerter or a Malik Monk if the Warriors were going to be able to clamp down on them. But he, throughout the season, showed that he was dedicated to increasing his ability, to gaining an additional skill and working really hard at it. And I think you're right, Damian. I don't think it was a liability. It wasn't necessarily, him stepping up and able to take on that additional role. And I didn't have that expectation for him. But I think he did well, and I give him my most improved player award.
Okay. I like that. What else we got here?
All right, my Stay Ready award. I don't really have that many clever titles for these awards, but Stay Ready.
Stay Ready brought to you by, is that brought to you by Kia? The Stay Ready award?
Next season, maybe next season. Okay. Staying ready so he didn't have to get ready, I think, we're likely all thinking of the same person.
Yeah.
King, Malik Monk, coming off the bench at any time, just ready to engage. He was like, I don't need to sit back and wait to see the feeling of the game. Where can I fit in? He's like, nah, I'm going to come in and do my thing. I'm going to amplify whatever energy is on the floor, add to it, put people in a place to be successful or look for my own shot. And I love that kind of energy. And I have to say, if you aren't a Kings fan and you met Malik Monk in the playoffs, you would hate Malik Monk because of the fiery passion, the talking trash on the court. Like, who are you? But as a Kings fan, that is the type of energy that I love, that dog out there.
I'm going to be honest.
Yes.
It's not what I thought you were going to say.
Really?
I didn't think
What
you were
were
going
you
to say.
thinking? Wait, let me give you my subcategories for this.
Okay.
I
All right.
have another layer.
Oh, subcategory. Oh, I like this. I like this. Categories and subcategories.
just for this award. I think Alex Lynn, with the way he stepped in during the playoffs, was remarkable. We didn't see a lot of Alex Lynn all season long. He was sitting there cheering people on, but when his name was called game after game in those stressful situations, he did what needed to be done, the best of his ability. And I'm glad that he didn't wander around the court trying to figure it out. He knew what he was called to do, and he stepped in those difficult times. So shout out to Alex Lynn.
Yeah, 0 for 2. Not what I thought you were going to say. No, when you said "Stay Ready" award,
I got another one, another
okay.
subcategory.
More, man.
Three guys, it's a three-way tie. The third goes to sensational.
There it is. That's
There we
what I
go.
was waiting for.
I wanted to give TD a different award altogether, but I'm like, he is a stay ready, and Malik Monk is a stay ready, and then
Malik doesn't strike me as this. Malik gonna play. Like Alex
Yes.
Lynn, they don't feel the same to me because Alex Lynn might not play. Terrence might not play. Malik gonna play.
Well, that's why I think there's subcategories. There's
Well, the category for Malik might stay ready for me to whoop your ass. The other two might be stay ready to play.
all right. Let's add the addendum to there. All right. I like that. I like that. But yeah, I mean, of course, TD came in and he came in with the kind of energy that Malik Monk would come in, ready to step in and bring in some energy, bring in a dogfight, get some fouls if you have to change the momentum of the game, be willing to risk his body. And to look for his shot at the same time. When he was on, he wasn't shy. He's like, I'm just going to keep shooting this until the spigot turns off. And speaking of,
can I mention something on Terrence before you
sure.
through all of these awards in 5 minutes? I want to clarify, and clarifications are always bad. Something that we were talking about on Sports Sunday when Sarah was playing, will they stay or will they go? Right. And I
really
said,
bullying us. Really,
she essentially told me to shut up on live television.
You tell me to shut up all the time.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Not exactly true. I didn't think Terrence would be back. Mm-hmm. I really want Terrence back. I just don't know if he will be. I just want my opinion to be clear. I want Terrence back. Yeah. I just don't know if he will be.
I think he'll be back.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay. I hope so.
I'm with Damien. I don't think he's going to be back. But what was the pushback? Sarah was saying he's coming back or what?
No. There was no pushback because it wasn't a 4-hour radio show. It was a 2-minute television segment. It was like one word: is he staying or is he going? And I feel like Terrence might not be here. But that's not at all what I want.
Yeah, I understand the thought that he might not be here. I think he'll stay. I don't think he's going to get like crazy offers, and I think he'll stay.
Sensational.
We need TV here.
Yeah.
Well, what did you think about my Alex Lynn slip in there?
100%. Yeah.
Okay. That's big time. I mean, that's the ultimate stay ready.
Yeah, like
he got him play forever.
Yeah. Like Terrence was kind of in and out.
Yeah.
Alex was out. And then he started playing. Man, Alex Lynn is good. Like Alex Lynn just he had one hiccup. I think it was the Minnesota game at home. And then after that, like he was solid until the end of the season. I think he even played in games 1 and
he played
2
and all of them up until 6. I feel like.
Oh, did he? Man, I remember 1 and 2 for sure because I remember we were surprised. We were like, okay, this might end here.
Yeah.
And it didn't.
Yeah.
Alex Lynn deserves a ton of credit for that, because that cannot be easy.
Yeah.
I can't
No.
imagine not doing a radio show for 6 months and then being told, hey, go fill in. The big dog KC is out. We need you to go do the radio show. I can't imagine how difficult that would be.
It's interesting. Like with TD, I was going, like when he would be gone for a while, I honestly did forget that he was down there. I mean, every now and then when they would show you the bench, like, oh yeah, Metu and Rashawn and TD, why isn't TD gone in? So I'm glad how he showed up during the playoffs. And again, throughout the season, when he would get into the game, he played with a lot of passion and energy and excitement. And I think that's something that the coaching staff really asked of everybody, is to keep that level of energy and focus no matter who's in the rotation. So when it was their turn, they stepped in. All right. Are we ready to move to my next award?
Absolutely. What's this one called?
This one's called Don't Talk About It, Be About It.
Oh.
And it goes to Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray barely smiles.
Talk about it.
He does not talk trash at all. He just goes about his business, soaks in all this information from Domas, from Coach Brown, from the other teammates. He's taking it all in, and then he puts it out on the court. Doesn't talk trash. He's about handling his business. And that's incredible for a rookie.
Do you guys think that Keegan will always be like this? Or is he going to get a little more comfortable, grow up? Not that he's not grown, but you know what I mean? Like get a little older and
I was wondering that too. Yeah, I was wondering that too. No. I think this is Keegan. I think this is his personality.
I think he's gonna get a little spice to him. We saw him when he was comfortable at Iowa, dunked on somebody and yelled.
I didn't believe it until you showed me the clip. I didn't believe it until you showed me the clip.
I'm leaning towards, he might smile every now and then more often when something exciting happens, but I can't see him totally flipping the script and becoming a totally different person and just like,
Did you read the
Keegan with a podcast?
Like, first of all, this is Keegan Murray right now.
Quite frankly, the Keegan Chronicles, on
the volume.
Did you read the story about it was part of the Domantas Sabonis article on ESPN.com, the really, really long one I was telling you about. But did you read the story about the night Keegan broke the 3-point record?
No.
So if you remember the shot, Keegan breaks the 3-point record. Obviously, the camera catches him, and he briefly he smiles, like he burst into a smile, and because it's quick. It's like, how Keegan has like this sheepish, like he'll start to grin and then shut it down. Yeah. He literally he hit a big grin and then shut it down. No more smiling, back to basketball. He wasn't smiling about the record. He was smiling at Domas's reaction to him breaking the record. And that's in the article. Domas was really, really excited about him breaking the record. And Keegan saw Domas celebrating and essentially was smiling at him and laughing at what Domas was doing, and not the fact that he just broke Donovan Mitchell's rookie record for 3-pointers made, which is just incredible for so many different reasons.
Yeah, this might be who he is.
I feel like Keegan is a lot like Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins smiles a little bit more often, but he doesn't seem to get overly excited in any particular moment. But I do think Keegan will increase the number of smiles he has per game as the seasons progress.
Smiles per game. All right, you're in charge of that stat. Smiles per game.
No, Will Z can do it.
Will Z tracking Keegan smiles per game. Next year at Media Day, he's going to be. Kenny Caraway's going to ask a question. I can't even find you. We're going to hear Keegan laugh and be shook for years over it.
See, this is why he never laughed, because he knew everybody would make fun of him, and
that's why Kawhi is the way that he is. I'm
gonna be quiet.
My brother laughs one time in public and everybody loses it. He said 2 things publicly: the laugh and the "what it do, baby," and no one has let it go since.
But you know what? If he laughed more often, then we wouldn't just keep going back and forth to that clip. We would get over it already.
There you go.
Could be true.
The real story there is somebody not hating on us next year at Media Day.
Well, that's a different.
That's the real.
I would not count on anyone not hating on us on Media Day. I would not count on that.
Hating you too, or hating the Kings?
How they gonna keep what out?
2 entities out.
I
They can keep this one out, but this one ain't got to do with nothing.
Sorry, Olivia. Go ahead.
I was trying to clarify. Hating you two or hating the Kings?
Well, I know this is hard to believe.
People don't like you?
There are some that are a little threatened by D'Lo.
I think that's more of the case. I don't know if they don't like us personally or nothing like that. I don't think that's the case.
Well,
With the thighs? Do you guys keep showing off your thighs and it's
bro,
intimidating?
hey, I thought of you the other day,
Man,
man. It
come
was
on, man.
it was thigh city in
Come
here
on,
last
man.
week when it was like 90 degrees out.
Man, oh man.
I had them honor the gift shorts, and I was like, oh,
We
wow.
We talking mid thigh.
Yeah, it was
Easy.
It was bordering on inappropriate. Like if I had sat out during the staff meeting, I would have been really uncomfortable. Like I stood the whole meeting.
I have to say, I'm getting more comfortable with men and their thighs being out.
Better.
It's still not an attractive thing. I'm not seeking thighs, but I don't hate it as much as I did.
Shorts down to the shin. Is that attractive?
There is a whole leg in between your thigh and your shin. There's a whole knee area. There's options there. You don't have to go.
It's got me
Booty.
doing a lot more squats and deadlifts, though, the way these shorts are made.
It's gonna be 93 next weekend.
Really?
Yeah,
It's
man.
like 60 right
That
now.
was crazy.
It's
right?
wild. We got rain last night. It was freezing when I woke up this morning.
Crazy.
Climate change. What are you going to do? All right. Next on my award, my little thing going on here. I can't think of what I was calling it. My Shooter's Gonna Shoot award.
Okay.
Do you know who this is going to?
Keegan. Not Keegan. Kevin Herter.
Herter, of course. He is a shooter, and shooters have streaks. They lose some, they win some. They go off, they go under. He had an incredibly kind of probably underwhelming in his mind, to put it nicely, experience during All-Star Weekend. We had a lot of love for him going into it. He's going to kill it on a giant stage, and he faded away. But he did not let that overwhelm the rest of his season. He didn't perform to the
We
best
should
of
have
his
known then. We should have known then.
when the lights are bright.
Oh, we should have known.
Dim lights.
We should have known.
But I feel like he needed to go through those experiences and hopefully be able to pull from that and be able to find his stroke moving forward. But shooters are going to shoot. We see these players who are jacking up 27, 30 footers. I don't think they all should be doing that. Jordan Poole plays on skates.
Hey, leave that man
Everybody
alone.
always taking
Leave
shots at Jordan Poole.
alone.
Why?
I have
Not a
lots of
fact.
thoughts on Jordan. I'm a fan of Jordan Poole.
God, I'd hate to see if you weren't.
The court awareness is not always great. And I don't understand why he looks like he's always on skates. Why is he sliding all the time? Why is he running into people? He doesn't run up and close out on defense. He runs through people. And I when you see players check into the game or they're stepping on the sticky or they're licking the fingers, I don't see him doing that. I don't know why he doesn't do that in practice so he can start and stop and calm his body down and take a controlled shot. But I did not mean to turn Kevin Herter's award into a conversation about Jordan Poole. But those have been my thoughts about Jordan for a while.
Jordan Poole looks like he just walked out of the 70s.
Yeah, I don't know why he don't do something with the mustache.
He has a very ABA type look.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know
he
what's
was
going
Julius
on.
Erling's favorite teammate.
And the funny thing about it is, I was wondering why he didn't edge up the mustache, but he does like edge it up, like because it's not falling over his lips, so he does edge it, but he keeps it angled at a certain. They got to do better.
Well, I don't know why Kevin Durant doesn't get a little brush
Because
that
Kevin
up.
Durant's one of the greatest players of all time.
He can look however he wants to.
Yeah, when you've hit a certain level, you can do whatever you want. Jordan Poole isn't at the do whatever you want. Like Steph only grooms his beard for like game one.
Yeah.
And then he just
then
lets it rock. And then he'll do it again in game ones in the final.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, but Steph is at that level. That's when you know you're a true superstar.
Right.
Y'all can make jokes about hairlines and fades all you want to. It ain't gonna phase LeBron or KD or
KD
got to Chris Paul a little bit.
Well,
Got to Chris Paul a little bit.
CP,
The jokes got a little too heavy. Next day, Chris Paul's head was shaved.
CP, you gotta do better. See, I'd be great, but I'd be the complete opposite. I'd always be lined
Me too.
up,
I
no ball. No, you don't see none of the grow back on the bald head.
Mhm.
Like I'd be like Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
unless it's like a superstition thing, like you were saying, like maybe Curry does it the first game of every round for a particular reason, and Kevin Durant's like, well, I made it this long, so I will never brush my. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. They
just have to get me out of the NBA for that superstition. Because I ain't going out there with the bald spot. Not doing it.
I don't even know what KD would look like if he got a movie role. Like, how would you?
You didn't see Thunder Up? What is it? Thunderstruck?
That was like 10 years ago.
That movie was so bad.
But that was when KD still got lined up. I think it's post Warriors, post titles. He was just like, whatever, bro. I'm one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Kevin Durant.
All right, Kevin Huerter, yay! Shooter's gonna shoot. The biggest cheerleaders or encouragers, chief encouragers, CEOs, go to Matthew Dellavedova and Rashawn Holmes. I think their energy on the bench, always excited, always encouraging, jumping up when people make incredible shots, high-fiving folks. You do need those kind of people to lift your spirits and to enjoy the high times. So I'm glad that they had an experienced guy like Dellavedova and Rashawn Holmes. He seemed to love other people doing well on the court. He didn't get on the court as much as I would like to have seen him, but I think he was happy for folks. Yes, Casey, I see your hand raised. Let me call on you.
Well, thank you. I just, we got subcategories. I feel like Metu should be in there. I thought Metu did a good job of that.
A cheerleader award? Or I don't
I mean, he
that
played
sounded
too,
weird,
obviously,
but
yeah, Metu was up.
Yeah,
something
no
would
doubt.
happen. Metu be the first one up. I think
Metu almost stormed the court once.
He did. He talked crazy to Draymond Green in one of them. Yeah. Remember Metu when Rudy Gobert hit the fadeaway?
The one. That's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, Metu almost went to the locker room. Metu had it. Metu looked at his team and said, "It's over. Rudy Gobert's out of here doing that. It's over."
That was hilarious.
I think Metu, I agree with you, Kenny. I didn't put him in here, not because he was not a cheerleader, not an encourager, but I just didn't. I know I dropped the ball. My bad. Subcategory Metu.
My observation. These are your awards. My observation. That's all it is.
I appreciate the feedback, though. My next award goes to Domas, and he gets the He-Man Award.
Oh, wow.
He's taken a lot of bruises.
Master of the universe. I couldn't
think of a good one. Like, in any case, we already know why he should get the Strongman Award. I don't know.
Sounds inappropriate. Like, I don't know why. It does. It's just the context of the era. He-Man sounds very inappropriate. I don't know why.
I'm sorry, Odyssey. I will take that sexual harassment course again because I missed the mark with that one. We'll think of a new title for it.
Dude. That was like a 4-day course.
So long. And the thing is, I've been working for myself for like 18 years, So when I joined Odyssey and it was like, you have to do 100,000 courses. I'm like, what is this?
God.
Yeah.
These poorly acted training modules we have to take at least once every other week.
If somebody passes you weed in the bathroom, what do you do? I give him a high five and say, let's go to. No, I'm kidding. Of course, we don't do that. But in any case,
you don't have to pass it in the bathroom. You could just hand it to him in the hallway. Like, California, what are we talking about?
My bad. I don't know. Whatever title you want to put on it, strongman, best. I don't know. Domas took a lot of hits all season long. He's black eyes, swollen eyes, broken thumb. I'm sure he had a couple of concussions that we didn't want to talk about. Just continued to battle, and no one had to defend the paint and make passes and bring the ball down. He did everything, and he took a beating while doing it, and just kept going out there night after night. So, Domas, your award. Take a bow if you're listening right now.
He's definitely listening. Do you have any more awards you want to give out?
One more.
Okay.
The last award goes to, the title of it is You Don't Want to See Us Next Year. Goes to De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox has been about his business all season long and throughout the playoffs. I think he handled the pressure really well. You saw him trash talking during that playoffs with the Warriors night after night, who's getting more aggressive, but he liked it. He enjoyed it. And to go through that experience, to be a couple of baskets away, one shot here, one defensive stop there from going to the second round, he's had a little taste of it. And I think he's hungry. And you don't want to see him next year or any of the Kings. And De'Aaron Fox at the top of that list of Kings that you don't want to have to come across next year.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I think that's
good job, Bo.
Yeah, that's my favorite award for sure. We'll come back. Make sure you check out The Game Last Night, available on Olivia's YouTube channel. The Game Last Night. She just had a conversation with Dave Stewart that we strongly encourage you to go check out. We'll come back. If Olivia doesn't end the live stream again, we'll have more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, that was great. That was fun. That was really good stuff.
Thank you for that warning about not any of the broadcasts, because I was looking at that red button again.
No, just avoid the red button. Close the laptop. That was great stuff. Great stuff.
Thank you, guys.
Did you go to all of the Lakers-Clippers game down there? You went to all of them, right?
The Kings and I went to all of them.
Okay.
And my favorite part of all of it was I went up to Malika Andrews when they were playing the Lakers. She was sitting in front of me, and I just wanted to give her a shout out because she was getting a lot of hate on Twitter at the time for, I don't know, calling out some guy for beating up his wife, probably. And I was like, hey, I just wanted to say, like, I know you're taking boozing. And she stopped me. And she goes, first of all, you're stunning. And I was like, oh my God. Like, Angie just said I'm stunning. And I ran away. I just ran away.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't run away, but I'm like, Malika, I could die now. Malika Andrews said I'm cute. Yay.
That's not reason to die. I just want to be clear. Like, let's.
Well, I'm still alive. I didn't get hit by anything. But it was a fun moment. All those games, I was really looking forward to the Kings coming down here. You guys could have stayed at my house, walk over to the crypto. That could still happen, by the way. You could still come down and hang out. But
can I have the room with the giant window?
No, that is my room.
Do you have I asked you this? Do you have like blinds or something you put over that thing? Because that would drive me nuts.
I had some initially. I took them down because I wanted to put something else in there, but I haven't put anything else in there. And I sleep with like the eye masks on, and that's good enough. So I'm like, I'm going to have to put something up there because it gets way too much sun. It just fries in that bedroom during the summer. So I have to step it up and go ahead and order some. I'm sorry?
I'm to think, man. Well, yeah, the sun don't even set on that side. I can tell by like how I see downtown outside of your window.
It's just like this all day.
Yeah, but when you're up, it's hot.
Not in the morning.
Well,
because the sun's on the other side of the building.
Well, by the time that you wake up, it's not that far from where my window is. Like, you know, the sun is up higher and longer in the summer. Like, I don't get that much of a break in the morning.
You know who I saw posing for pictures at a window just like yours? Go look at Tracy Ellis Ross's Instagram page. I thought she was at your house.
Do you rent your house out for photo shoots? Is that what happens?
I should. Isn't there something called like Peer Space or something? And you can
there is. Yeah, that's what we use with Rachel when we took our pictures. Yeah, there's it's called Peer Space.
I wouldn't want people in my house though, touching my stuff. Anyways, I hope you guys come and you guys can spoon in the guest room.
Wow, that was a lot. I don't think that was.
Well, there's 2 guest rooms and a couch, so you guys can Rochambeau for it. You guys call it Rochambeau?
Wow, you have to go because you got to go. I know you didn't mean
Rochambeau is paper, scissors, rock.
Nope. Bro,
you guys are a mess. See, I can't say anything. Everything goes to HR. Is HR listening? Damien needs class. Bye, guys. Have a great one.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Oh, wait. Don't end the broadcast.
Yes, don't end broadcast. Wow. That was an interesting commercial break. And Olivia didn't end the broadcast this week, so we're good. We're live. YouTube, Twitch.
Hallelujah.
That was fun. I like that. I
she
like
did a good job. Really good job.
She did, and I love the last award. I love the you don't want to see us next year. I love that. I don't care. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't care what Vegas thinks or what media thinks. I wonder what NBA players think of the Sacramento Kings. Like we've heard some of them talk about them, particularly Kevin Durant. But I wonder if they're, I mean, all kidding aside, we've heard Draymond Green talk about him. We heard Steve Kerr talk about him. Mm-hmm. This team is legit. Like I think there is a certain, Sacramento's. That's watch out.
I think people have that feeling about them around the league for sure. Absolutely. I wonder, do you ever think about like how much praise is heaped on this team? And so, everybody that sees them in the regular season, then all the Warriors people and everybody else, oh man, yeah, they legit. They're gonna be around. You ever like think about like, I hope the Kings don't hear this. I hope the players don't hear this. I need them locked in.
No, because I don't think players think like that.
I think they will be locked in.
Yeah.
But I need them to come out the same way next year.
I don't think any King was, sitting in the lock. Yeah. That's a good callback right there. That's a shout out to longtime listeners. I don't think anyone was going, oh, good. Draymond really likes us. Or, oh, good. Steve Kerr really I don't think anyone thinks like that. I think just like, it's like the conversation we had about playoffs or finishing with a certain record or just get to the playoff. They're not thinking about any of that. Mm-hmm. They're thinking about like their goals are to win. Like that is their goal, to win every time they step on the floor. The next time they step on the floor, maybe you're trying to eliminate some of the mistakes that you had in the last game to ensure that you win this one. Like I really believe this team is locked in. Mm. I think too many of them have gone through too much to worry about what other NBA players, media, NBA personnel think about them. Mm. I think regardless of whether they hear it or read it or whatever, or it's relayed to them, I don't think any of that is consequential for this team at all.
I hear you.
I can see it being consequential for some teams, like letting that stuff get to your head. I don't think this team is made like that.
The first thought I had, and once again, I'm just asking the questions. I don't think this is going to be an issue for these guys at all. But I think about Atlanta and their mentality after the regular season was boring.
It's not. Yeah,
I don't think that's this team.
It's not.
That's what I
because De'Aaron's not Trey. Like I feel like Trey's very good. Like there's no De'Aaron ain't showing up on SmackDown. He's not showing up at SmackDown at the Chase Center.
Well, and even then, he's just not even having that mentality.
No, right. That's not. That's not
he
him.
May show up on SmackDown.
I'd be surprised.
Good career move. If I was Rich Paul, I'd say, hey.
I'd be surprised though. I don't think that's his bag. Like there's a certain level of entertainer. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's a bad way of putting it, to Trae Young. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's De'Aaron. Mm. De'Aaron's a basketball player. Yeah. That's what he wants to do. He wants to be a basketball player, and I think he wants to be a dad and a husband.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to challenge Roman Reigns. I don't think that's his thing.
Yeah. I got you.
And by the way, I thought Trae was great at the Garden. Mm-hmm. I thought it was perfect. That's Trae though.
Right.
And that's like that hearing, I can't imagine De'Aaron Fox uttering the phrase the regular season is boring.
Right.
Or we got the West. We got the West. Yeah, no. Like I can't.
No.
We've been around him long enough. That's not coming from him.
Right. So yeah, I just had to ask.
It's gonna come from Keegan.
Keegan got the West.
He's gonna be on Draymond's podcast. Game 3, regular season's boring. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think that's them either. But I do just, hey, we got to stay locked in. We didn't accomplish anything, or whatever we accomplished last year. That's last year. It's a completely different year, with probably completely different goals. If I'm on the Kings, like I talked about how their goal is to get back to the playoffs. My goal for them is to get back to the playoffs, and nothing else after that really matters. Hey, they're probably like, no, we're trying to win a couple rounds. We're trying to get to the finals. I'm sure that's how De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, they look at how close they were to being on that level this year. They're like, man, we fix a couple things, man. We to the finals. We could do that. And I think that's the mentality they're going to have.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. That was great stuff from Olivia. I really enjoyed her year-end awards. You want to talk about? We don't have to leave the Kings. Like there's in fact there's more we could do with the Kings. Matt George is going to join us in the final hour. Can we talk about the Dillon Brooks thing here for a minute? You mentioned you wanted to hear the clip from JJ Redick. Now JJ Redick is constantly angry on television, but there was we all saw the tweet from Shams Charania regarding Dillon Brooks and what was the exact wording? By any means under no circumstances. That's what it was. And that clearly got a lot of people's attention, the way that was worded. It was very Schefter-esque on the part of Shams. But here is what JJ Redick said on First Take yesterday.
Making Dillon Brooks the scapegoat, but whoever put that language and approved that language in the tweet, yeah, that person wants to make Dillon Brooks the scapegoat. The reality is the Grizzlies have other problems besides Dillon Brooks. And whether they choose to bring him back or don't choose, or, whatever it may be, I can't remember a time in my now 17 years, either being in the NBA or covering the NBA, where we're in the second round of the playoffs, the day of a game where two of the greatest players ever are getting ready to square off, and we're just tweeting out things for engagement. Like, is that where we're at? Is that where actually, you know what? I'd be willing to bet that language didn't come from the Grizzlies. Look, this is the problem. Right? It's agenda-driven media. I have a problem with it. The reality is Dillon Brooks hurts them offensively. If you want to go in another direction,
there's more to play. This is a lengthy clip. The only person I want to hear is JJ. I don't want to hear the other two people on the screen. But if it didn't come from Memphis, who the hell did it come from? Because the reports today are, we knew Dillon Brooks's agent was pissed. We knew that Dillon Brooks's camp was pissed, and there had already, I think yesterday there had already started to be follow-up tweets about how Dillon Brooks turned down extension offers during the season, really trying to reshape this conversation because clearly after Shams' tweet, it's Memphis is done with Dillon Brooks. Mm-hmm. And then it became, well, maybe Dillon Brooks was done with Memphis. What I'm curious, though, is if Memphis didn't create the verbiage, who did?
It had to be Memphis.
Yeah, I don't get what JJ's talking about right there. Like, who else is privy to that type of information?
Right. The only thing that I feel like he could be saying with that is he could be hinting towards Shams going rogue.
Now, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
I believe, now I'm not trying to, I believe all of them. Rappaport, who works for the NFL, Schefter, we've all witnessed it. Woj, Shams, the biggest names in the business. They do this stuff. The wording, we talked about this before, and I don't remember who it was, but fired. A coach being fired versus a coach being let go.
Or
versus parting ways.
Yeah.
Fired has a completely different connotation than either one of those do. Yeah. They come from the team. They come from the highest levels of those organizations. Somebody gave Shams that verbiage. I do not believe he made that up.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
You burn your people, your sources,
right,
by going rogue.
Right. You won't get another scoop
exactly
anytime soon.
Exactly.
Hey, real quick before you start, shout out to the when you stopped this.
Yes, I saw that too. That too.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's more from JJ.
That's fine. That is fine. Do the antics, did that hurt them? I actually don't know. I don't know how much that hurt them. There's other problems in roster construction, guys being out. Like there's other issues besides Dillon Brooks and him poking a bear. The entire culture around that team has changed a lot in the last 2 years. I actually remember this. When I was in the bubble, there were two teams that had FU written on their forehead walking around. You see them at the hotel, you see them at practice, you see them at games. There were two teams that I was like, oh, these guys actually want to be here. And it was the Memphis Grizzlies and the Miami Heat. The culture has changed a little bit. There is some antics. Is Dillon Brooks the only one that's a part of that? Like, to me, he's not the scapegoat. And whoever agenda it was to tweet that out, I got a problem with that. And if you ask Dillon Brooks' teammates, they ride with him. It's okay to go in another direction. I don't understand why you have to kick a guy while he's down. For engagement? Really? Making Dillon Brooks.
JJ is fed up with this whole TV thing, man. Goodness gracious.
But you know what? Aside from him
threw his pen.
Threw the pen. Aside from, not knowing what he's really getting at when he says, coming from other than I think it definitely came from the organization, which goes back to where I do agree with JJ. I thought it was kind of nasty behavior to put that out there like that with Dillon Brooks. I know it's, it was everybody had their fun with Dillon Brooks and, got their jokes and, he embarrassed himself. He embarrassed himself really, honestly. He really embarrassed himself by not talking. And
that was the biggest thing.
Like that was the really
you got to own it.
Yeah, you got to own it.
If you don't regret it, you got to own it.
If he owned it, it would be something completely different, in my opinion.
Yep.
But he went into hiding, and they got beat up, and LeBron had the bars for him and all and people had their jokes with him. But I thought what happened the other day with the tweet and all that, I thought that was unnecessary. And I thought that was a little overboard. And I do believe it came from the team or somebody within the organization. And I didn't think that was cool.
So the report today that the Grizzlies are upset about the report, you think that's damage control?
Yes, I do. Especially after
Shams did tweet the Big Three was ending. Didn't he? And did he not? And then he just never acknowledged that he tweeted it. He just tweeted it, and then it was like
Shams also said didn't look like Draymond was going to be suspended. Shams is struggling. That's my guy. I like Shams, but damn.
Shams came through.
You got to get a win.
Came through Sacramento and was like, hey, bro, you hurting. Clean it up, bro. We only want winners here in this arena. What you doing?
But no, I think that was a PR move by the Grizzlies. Because that's a bad look.
I'm trying to figure out who, because there's multiple things that could be at play here. The front office could have gave that to Shams.
Mm-hmm.
The coaching staff could be pissed, right? It's not like the entire organization is angry. Somebody gave it to him, and somebody gave it to him in that verbiage. Now, whether that verbiage was approved or not,
right?
That could be a different story.
And that's the thing, right? Like whoever is his source in there, I mean, it could have easily been that's just one person's feelings on the situation, and they went and said, "Look, man, we're done with Dillon Brooks here." Like whether like the organization could be like, we're ready to move on. But the person that Shams talked to could have been like, man, we're done with this dude under no circumstances. So Shams like, all right, under no circumstances. And then if that's the director of scouting saying that, and the general manager sees that, like, bro, hey, we didn't need to say all that. Like, yes, we're done with him, but we never had any intentions of, we never had any intentions of putting this out. No, that's not okay for that to be out there that way. And that could be the case, right? It couldn't have been, to your point, it didn't have to be universal thought within the organization that we're going to let everybody know that under no circumstances are we fooling with Dillon Brooks. Because That was a bad look.
The funny part is it's Dillon and KC, by the way, on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. It felt like there was a stronger reaction from the Memphis Grizzlies regarding Dillon Brooks than Ja Morant. And that's where the scapegoat thing comes into play. Because why are you reacting? Look, one, Dillon Brooks' behavior was stupid, in my opinion. Two, you got to own it. Like, when you lose, you have to own it. And he didn't. Yeah. He ran away from it. But the fact that there was a reaction the way that there was versus the reaction to Ja Morant on Instagram or Ja Morant news story from the Washington Post or Ja Morant's behavior on Twitter, it sure feels like your energy is focused in the wrong direction. Yeah. If you're the Memphis Grizzlies. And it's cool that Ja wants to, go to the post-game press conference or the postseason press conference. I don't remember which one it was, but it acknowledged that his behavior was a distraction this year. And that's great.
He even acknowledged the "we good in the West" thing too.
He well, sort of. He was like, "Yeah, I have to." Well, what we're talking about with Dillon, but he said, "Yeah, I have to wear it."
Yeah, I got to wear it.
I said it, yeah. But my issue with that was you were being told during the season, this is a problem. Stop it, and you didn't.
Yeah.
Until Instagram, you didn't stop before then, and I don't even know that you stopped after.
Right.
But you were being told. That's why, like, looking at the Memphis thing in totality, I don't think nothing about the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, how are the Memphis Grizzlies going to be different next year? I don't think they are. Because I don't believe any of this. Like, I'm not trying to kill Ja. I just don't believe him.
Right.
He going to have to show me.
I believe his character is the same. Take that however you look at it. But, like, if you already thought he was a good guy and misunderstood, then that's who he is now. If you think that he was this, reckless guy who, didn't care about anybody and made bad decisions on a consistent basis, that's who he is now. I don't think he's changed at all. And that could be good or bad, depending on who he really is. But I don't think he's changed at all. I think maybe he might be more aware of his platform. I don't know how you couldn't be before, but he'd be more aware and he'll move a little different. But who he is who he is, in my opinion. So
did Nike pull the shoe?
No, it's out there. It's out there, and still, I think he had a commercial during the playoffs. So they would have. Okay. But they did make Dillon a scapegoat, and Dillon was the loudest and the most publicized of the talking crazy. But clearly he wasn't the only one. Clearly. I know Desmond Bane was talking crazy to LeBron. I know that clip that circulated, that was, I think, from a year ago. But Desmond Bane was talking crazy. Ja Morant, I'm sure, was talking crazy.
And that in that clip,
but the only one we say is Dillon Brooks.
The clip of LeBron talking about you've been talking this whole game. You make a couple baskets. He was talking to Desmond Bane.
Well, no, so I don't know about that one.
Oh,
there's one that circulated after they lost. It wasn't from that. Obviously, it wasn't from that game. I think it was a year before, where LeBron goes. He's talking to Desmond Bane. He's like, "Hey, that's the last blanking time you were disrespecting."
Yeah, that's the same clip I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's the same clip. That was Desmond Bane. Okay.
He said it's the last time. He said, "Nah," that's what he said. You're right. He said, "You make one shot, you start talking crazy. Like, nah, I'm not gonna chill. Like, this is the last time you disrespect me like that." All right, like Desmond Bane was doing that. But all we hear about is Dillon Brooks, and I don't want to make it like I'm a Dillon Brooks apologist, but he did his wrong, and like I said, the biggest issue for him is he didn't own up to it. But whoever put that out there, it was definitely trying to make him a scapegoat.
Well, it feels like too, and this is kind of piggybacking a little bit off of what Stack said, what Steven Jackson said. this probably wouldn't be a conversation if he had done it to someone other than LeBron James. I think he could have done this to Steph and it wouldn't be the same. But it's LeBron. And so everything involving LeBron is a top story, especially if LeBron runs with it. And there's the social media clip of LeBron walking over to Dillon Brooks after the he's old remark. I don't respect the guy unless he gives me 40 or something like that. There's that clip that kind of feels that there's no dapping up. There's clearly stuff being said. And then there's the Instagram post after the series.
Yeah.
So LeBron feeding into it, and I'm not faulting him either way, but LeBron feeding into it, I think, made it worse. And it's, you come for the king, you best not miss, right? Like,
how would you feel if you were a teammate of Dillon Brooks?
I'd be furious. Because to me, that stuff, that type of post game stuff shows a lack of focus. I don't need sound bites, even in this job. I don't need a sound bite. I don't need a drama sound bite.
Does it matter that it was post game? If it was post game or in the game? Like if he said that if they're up 15 in the fourth quarter and he starts talking to LeBron and he says the same things.
Oh, it's way worse. If it's way worse if it's in the game.
So why?
Because folks, just get the win. Focus on getting the win and keep it. This is a series. If you're doing this during the regular season, all right, like whatever. Like you're playing LA, you got Sacramento the next night, you got Golden State the next night. Like that's fine. Unless you won the series, fam, shut up. We got to win 4 times, 4 games. Don't say nothing until these 4 games are over, until these 4 wins are over. Nah, I'm not good with that. As a teammate, I'm not good with that.
So it depends on the circumstances. Like the way Dillon Brooks did it, I probably wouldn't be cool with it. I don't know if I'd be furious. But because I mean, it could be it could be one of those things where that shows his level of focus.
So
he gets focused when he starts talking.
Jesse brings up a great point though. He's writing checks he can't cash though. Like Dillon Brooks ain't going head to head with LeBron. Like if it's if it's Steph and LeBron, all right, it's Steph and LeBron. I've used this line before. This is becoming my $2 stake. Dillon Brooks is punching out of his weight class. That's my problem. If he's jabbing at Thomas Bryant, who I don't think is on the Lakers anymore, or someone of his level, then that's fine. You can't go at LeBron James. You're Dillon Brooks. There's 5 people in the league who could go at LeBron. Like, you can't.
I don't really subscribe to that.
That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to. You asked me how I'd feel as a teammate.
I ain't not gonna say nothing because it's LeBron.
You asked me how I'd feel as a teammate. You can't score 40 tonight. I have to. Shut up. When was the last time you dropped 40? You talking about someone dropping 40? When was the last time you dropped 40? Now I got to go out there and drop 40 because you're talking crazy? I can't do that. Can't do that for me. Can't do that for me. I would have told Dillon after that interview to keep his mouth shut. Unless you dropping 40 tonight, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah,
I can't ride with that.
I like I said, I understand that, but you also
I ain't saying you got to bow to LeBron.
But I'm gonna talk to LeBron. If I'm Dillon Brooks
You
and
can
I feel like I
talk.
need to talk to him, I'm gonna talk to him.
You can talk. You can talk. What are you talking about? LeBron's old? You talking about, I don't respect someone until they drop 40?
I don't agree with what he said I don't agree with all that. I'm just saying the only thing I would say is we don't know the dynamics of the team. Maybe if it's Ja, they're like, yo, Dillon, you weren't yourself in that game. You was out there playing scared. You was like you look scared of the moment. Where that dude at? Where that dude? Maybe it could have been a situation, and maybe they was like, all right, you went too far. But like, I need you to have that bounce.
See, it'd be easier for me if Ja, if you took everything that Dillon Brooks said and Ja said it, it'd be easier for me because Ja has to score the 40. Dillon doesn't. He can't.
So do you think?
Still don't think it's a good idea.
It wasn't the same. I want to be perfectly clear. It wasn't the same. Real quick. You have a problem with Malik saying what he said after game 6?
refresh
He
my.
said
I
they
was
were
on my
too- he
way to
said-
the beam. I don't remember. I don't
He
remember.
said they were too old. We're gonna run them out. He didn't say run them out the gym, but he's like, yeah, they a little old, so we're gonna run them. And I think Draymond and them referenced it a little bit after.
He did. Draymond did. Or I know Draymond did. No, I don't think so.
I don't think he said it
because
in
the
a
question was
disrespectful
about
way
the
either.
strategy, right?
And he didn't say it in a disrespectful way. He just said this is how we.
We've literally talked about it all series. Like
Mhm.
I think, I think it was an honest answer to a question.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just asking.
I don't think anyone asked Dillon Brooks, is LeBron washed? Do you respect LeBron?
Yeah, Dillon was wilding. Dillon was wilding. He was wilding. He was out of pocket. He was. You can get your confidence, but you ain't got to do all that.
We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA basketball. What else do we've got? Oh, maybe we take some of those stories out. But we'll come back.
Uh-oh.
We wanted to talk more about the Kings as well. Some interesting notes in the TV world in terms of NBA broadcasting that are probably worth bringing to your attention. And we'll do that when Dillon and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jalisco? Is that what it's called? Jalisco. All right.
I can't find my card. I'm already going to be late.
13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to Jordan Brand. And always, I didn't even get it. It's still in the fridge. That's okay, though. You already know what it is, man. Cola Sea Moss. Big ups to my people over there at Cola Sea Moss. Today, I had the pineapple joint. Can't wait to get some of that. But shout out to Cola Sea Moss. And we got to talk about Canelo Alvarez. He's back. A lot of people, the face of boxing, a lot of people didn't even know the face of boxing was fighting this weekend. All right, they didn't even know he's fighting this weekend. He's supposed to be the face of boxing. But he's taking on John Ryder. And he's doing, help me out again, Jesse. Let's go. I don't think Jesse could help me. But he's fighting in Mexico. He's going back home, fighting John Ryder. And look, I know a lot of people are like, we don't want to see Canelo fighting John Ryder. Look, I don't really have a big problem. I don't want to see him fighting John Ryder either. But Canelo he's taken some good fights over the past few years. So if he wants one fight where he goes home to Mexico and fights in front of his people, and he wants it to be basically, easy work, just a homecoming type fight, I really don't have a problem with it. I really don't. So he's facing John Ryder. He should take care of him. I mean, this is a guy in John Ryder, if I heard correctly, that lost to Rocky Fielding. Who the hell loses to Rocky Fielding? So we already know what time it is with this one. However, he gets this one mulligan. And then in September, I need to see a real fight. And we all know what we're talking about. No. We don't care about Dimitri Bivol. Even if you win, which I don't think he would. Even if you win, nobody cares about that win. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that fight. The fight we want to see right now is Canelo versus David Benavidez. I'm on record saying he ain't never fighting David Benavidez. He will never fight him. I'm on record saying that. If he does, I'll tip my hat to him. But I don't think Canelo's ever fighting David Benavidez. But we'll give him this one right here because he's going home. We'll give him this one. But in September, we need that real one if you're the face of boxing. We'll see what happens. This one should be easy work. Canelo, KO in 5. That's the 13th round.
John Ryder sounds like his finishing moves like the big boot or something.
John Ryder. That is. But like I said, Canelo, he gets it. It's cool. He been going at it for a minute. So it's all good. I just Is this trail mix? Yeah, I guess it is. It's just some peanuts and craisins.
No.
I guess it's trail mix.
It's just peanuts and craisins.
What would make a trail mix? Like dried bananas?
Probably. maybe Trail mix needs one more ingredient. Are we on the air? Did I make it?
No, we actually are. No, I'm just playing. We're good.
Oh man.
Trail mix is trash. You should take the M&Ms
Damn.
out.
Really? That's out of pocket.
Huh?
Trail mix is not trash.
It's not good.
I mean, when they put them dried up bananas in there.
Yeah, I don't think you need that. I don't think you need that. I don't know. I really want to eat one of those Rice Krispie treats, though. Those look legit.
Yeah, I had to grab one.
Did you eat one? Was it good?
I haven't ate it, but it looks
No.
delicious.
What are we doing next? Oh, we got the Lakers
Michigan.
Warriors.
No, he ain't fighting David Benavidez. I'm not sold. You think he fights him?
I think he does. Maybe not in September, but within the next 3 fights.
Jesse, run that back. What did you just say? Oh, Lewis. Okay.
Can I just say this right now? Just an extension of the 13th round. I got to talk to Jesse because I said Canelo Alvarez will never fight David Benavidez. Canelo Alvarez fighting this weekend in Jalisco. I think I said Jalisco in the 13th round. Neither here nor there. I said, fine, let's go home. That's fine. Next one, I want to see David Benavidez. He's never fighting David Benavidez. But you know what David Benavidez said? He said he ain't going to be able to run from me. I'll go up to 175.
Yeah, I don't think there's no one else for Canelo to fight. He's gonna have to fight him.
You want to fight B-Ball?
Well, after that,
he'll find somebody else. He ain't fighting David Benavidez. He ain't doing it.
Shout out Tim Tszyu.
All right. You want more boxing talk? Check out the 13th round, available on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Let's get your phone calls. 916-909-1320. Our brother Lewis here. Lewis, what's going on, man?
Oh, man, y'all already know what I'm on. I'm going to tell you something right now. If we had Dillon Brooks on our squad this season, we would have advanced in the playoffs. I'll take him over TD. I'll take him over Herter. Go ahead. You could tell him, call me a fool, but I'll slide him right in. And quite frankly, I don't know what's going to happen with the Black Falcon, but I would slide him right into that 3 spot there. Maybe Monk is my 2. Fox is the 1 going forward, and we clamping stuff down. Tell me I'm wrong this time.
Well, God, Lewis, that was hella aggressive. Lewis got that. He got big Dillon Brooks energy right now. Wait a minute. We're getting rid of Kevin Herter now?
We're getting rid of TD, Herter, and Harrison Barnes.
He got Malik Monk starting at 2 with Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, nah, man.
Look,
when I say Dillon Brooks here in Sacramento, I don't have him starting. He's not the starting 3.
Let me take a quick peek here. Will Z sent me the super top secret free agency list that he's compiling. I know Dillon Brooks has got to be on here. I'm just looking to see.
Is he not on there?
Stand corrected.
Will Z is out of the.
No, there's like 20 guys on here.
Now that's excessive.
Am I missing it?
There can't be 10 guys ahead of Dillon Brooks. Well, maybe there could be, but I wouldn't put 10.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put 10 guys.
Dillon Brooks ain't on this list.
Maybe he forgot him.
He might have forgot him. This isn't the final list. Well, he's not.
Well, okay. There was no mix-up.
Well, all right.
Give me. I don't know if it's. Can you give me the number 17th guy?
He's going to give me a second. 1, 2.
Oh, I thought they were numbered.
No.
Well, give me the 3rd guy from the bottom.
It's Patrick Beverly.
No, man, come on, man. No. Will Z, come on, man. No. I can't have that over Dillon Brooks. Give me 2 guys up. 2 guys up from there.
2 guys up from Dillon Brooks. Derrick Jones Jr.
I like Derrick Jones. I do like Derrick Jones. The guy above him.
Mason Plumlee.
No, bro.
Our Lord and Savior.
No. Well, okay. Maybe I could see Mason Plumlee, but Pat Bev is where I draw the line. What's that? Like 18?
It's like, oh, it is numbered. It's numbered on the side. Sorry, I missed it. It is numbered. Nope, Patrick Beverly is number 28.
And he's ahead of Dillon Brooks?
Dillon Brooks didn't make the top 30.
Nah, man. No. We can't do that. We can't do that. Dillon Brooks is
I have a lot of questions. Now that I'm really diving into this list, I have a lot of questions for my guy, Will Z.
Derrick Jones. I really like Derrick Jones, but I don't think I'd take him over Dillon Brooks.
He has Harrison. Well, I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
He's dropping them on IG. So it's a really fun list. A really fun list that Dillon Brooks is in fact not on.
Yeah, Dillon
But
Brooks.
Patrick Beverly is. Number 30, Patrick Beverly.
That one's wild. That one's wild, Will Z. I'm taking Dillon Brooks. I don't think there's 10 guys I take. Or excuse me, I don't think I can get past 10 of the guys I would want.
Now I got to see who the 10 guys on, because
how many is he?
I think you could.
How many is he named publicly?
Whoa! I just saw number 10. Will, I got to tell everyone who number 10 is.
Wait. Let me.
I got to tell everyone who number 10 is.
Let me just see.
These are Will Z's top free agent targets. Number 10 right there.
Come on, Will Z. Come on, man.
I gotta say this one out loud.
No, all right, man. Come on, man.
Number 10, Will Z's free agent list that Dillon Brooks is not on. Kevin Love.
Come on.
For the record.
Come on, Will. Come on.
Kevin Love, right now, as it stands, this might not be the final list. As it stands, Kevin Love ranks higher than Harrison Barnes.
Oh, no.
That name would have got you jumped in here about a year
Oh,
ago.
man. That name might still get me jumped. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point, Terrence. Russell Westbrook isn't even on the list. Patrick Beverly is.
Oh,
this is
man.
good stuff. Will be dropping these just a couple at a time.
Y'all
on
check
the
him out
social
on Twitter,
accounts.
man, and interact.
And by the way, on the post that he's dropping, it's not just a name and a picture. He's dropping a ton of stats to lay out why he wants to acquire. I've always liked Kevin Love. I have a little issue with where he's ranked on Will Z's list.
Yeah, I can't. Not now.
I don't.
Not now.
I also don't see Kevin Love as a free agent acquisition in Sacramento.
Kevin Love,
unless he's playing the role of Matthew Dellavedova.
He's had a good,
which
playoffs.
Is essentially what he was doing in Cleveland.
He's had a good playoffs though.
Yes,
his outlet passes in Game 1 were they were doing segments on him.
That's such a unique team.
It is.
That's such a unique team, man.
It is. Speaking of, that could be a team where Dillon Brooks would fit in very well.
You talk about deaden the noise quick.
They would deaden the noise.
Yeah.
And he has the type of game that would work in a place like Miami. Can I ask a quick question that I thought about?
We've got 90 minutes. You can make the question as long as you want.
We talk about legacy franchises and we talk about tiers to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse, I'm just asking. Jesse was looking at me like Kobe, the Kobe meme. What does it say that they gave the Knicks the extra day so they could put them on Saturday, and they didn't do that to Boston? Because they could have easily the Celtics play tomorrow.
Yeah,
Celtics and Sixers play tomorrow. That could have easily been Knicks Heat, and they put the Celtics on Saturday. Well, they gave the Knicks the extra day.
Is it weird that they didn't give the Lakers Warriors Sunday?
So this is why I asked the question. To me, because of what they did with Knicks Heat, Saturday's the day for them. For whatever reason, Saturday's the day, not Sunday. I don't know why. At least like in this round, they made it where, okay, Saturday everybody playing. Because of the way things are going, they could have put.
Is there something Sunday? Like, I just don't know. Like, Sunday 12:30 has been the.
I know. But the way they finagled it to get the Knicks on Saturday tells me Saturday's the day.
Is it in New York?
It's in Miami. Because, like I said, they could the Knicks could have played Friday.
I think you're doing too much.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
At the very least, I think I agree with you. I think the Knicks are on the same level as the Celtics and Lakers. I wasn't sure.
They are. Yeah, they absolutely are. It's ridiculous, but they are. I mean, part of it's market. I mean, the market obviously is incredibly important, but yeah, they are. The Warriors are a tier below.
But that stuck out to me. Well, no, it is. They're down there with the Sixers.
They're what?
I said they're with the Sixers.
Yeah, sure,
it's okay.
Sure. Yeah,
it's okay. It's not shade.
Again, it doesn't mean you're not good.
No,
it means the NBA thinks of you differently.
But
Steph is legacy.
Yeah,
Steph is box office.
Yeah.
So are the Warriors still on that Sixers Bulls level after Steph leaves?
I don't think
so.
So then are they even on that level technically?
No, it's a good point. That is a good point.
So maybe the de facto answer is it's not the Warriors, it's Steph Curry. Much to the Warriors world, you're not a legacy franchise, but you've got a box office player.
So
the Knicks are on TV every Christmas when they suck. The Warriors won't be on TV when Steph is gone.
So that begs the next question: Are the Bulls on that level?
There might not even be a second tier.
It might just be Philly. Because Philly is,
I guess
it might just be Philly, and then you got Warriors, Bulls, Suns.
All we're talking, I guess that's if they were the San Francisco Warriors instead of the Golden State Warriors, would it be different?
I don't think so, because they never.
Because all we're talking, look at what we're talking about. We're talking about markets,
but they always put the Bay Area together. They put San Francisco and Oakland together, and they probably count San Jose too.
What do you mean they put them together in terms of markets?
In the markets, I think they classified as the Bay Area, not San Francisco. Or they have. Maybe they don't always do that, but they have classified it as.
I just don't know. It's just weird to me that they're not in, because Philly is the market, and it's a turnpike ride away from New York.
Oh, that reminds me. When you get done with this thought, I gotta tell you something.
No, it's just we're talking markets, which is why it's so weird to me that Golden State, a team that has won a total of six or seven titles,
seven.
They're just kind of not. They're not in the conversation like this. They are now,
yeah,
but it's because of Steph. Like,
maybe
I don't know why it
forward.
is.
Maybe they will be moving forward. Maybe. You know what? One of the reasons I think it is.
I don't.
It's because they never moved the needle before Steph Curry.
Well, part of it, I think, too, is, again, shout out to the fan base. I think it's the fans. Like, I think the Rourke, I think all of that stuff, like, it's not. They don't have the same passionate fan base. Like, in some of the way like Philly is highlighted and New York is highlighted is gross. I can't stand it. The underlying point to all of that nonsense that ESPN and some of those networks love sharing with you is that they're a passionate fan base. Like, they're there. Even if they suck, they're there. I don't think people feel the same about the Warriors. Like, if Steph retires, or when Steph retires, if they go through a deconstruction period, I don't think people are going to believe the Chase Center's full with fans who are dying to support this team.
And the other aspect of it, and some of it is arena location, downtowns or whatever. The Warriors, at least to my knowledge, have never given you what was at Golden One Center as far as Doco. Like, when those visuals, people outside, all this other stuff.
Sure.
What happens after these Knicks games?
Well, that, to be fair, that that's like a Tuesday in New York. Like that,
Right.
it almost always looks like that.
Even like, and once again, some of it has to do with your arena and how everything is set up. But think about some of the visuals of Lakers crowds outside of LA Live.
Mhm.
You know, like that's what you're talking about when you talk about passionate fan bases and things of that nature. You don't have those memories. You don't even have those memories of Warriors when they win, like when they win a championship. You remember what a downtown San Francisco was looking like after a Warriors win?
Now I remember what Cleveland looked like.
Right? Like you don't
Yeah.
you don't have those type of things, which is really weird because when you talk about San Francisco in the Bay Area, I mean, I've seen when the Giants in their deciding game, they were down by City Hall, just packed watching the game at City Hall. And for whatever reason, I don't know if they've never had those moments for the Warriors, at least that I have seen. Maybe they have, but I've never seen them.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I don't have an answer. But we've got the Warriors and the Lakers game 2 tonight.
Yeah.
I know that. This feels like a sneaky big game for the Warriors too. I think there were a lot of questions coming out of that game. That 14-0 run, you don't apologize for it at all. I feel like it masked a lot of things. And it was the fact that the Lakers had a pretty good hand on them for a long time. That's what the Warriors do, though. I'm not faulting them for making that run or diminishing the run that they had. But I think it did cover up some things, and it's what we've talked about with the Lakers now since February. They are significantly better. They have a lot more strengths than they had in January. And Anthony Davis is healthy. And if Anthony Davis remains healthy, it's not only a problem for the Warriors, it's a problem for the league, including Boston and Philadelphia and Miami and New York and all of those teams coming out of the East. Like we thought for so long that the East has the big dogs. LA right now might be a little bit overreaction to, their last 7 games. They look like a big dog right now.
What do you think about when Warriors fans or people who think the Warriors are going to win say that the Lakers can't keep up? Like they're going to run out of gas.
No, I could see that 100%. Yeah, I absolutely could see that. I don't think the Lakers are, I don't think the Warriors are Steph and some dudes. I don't think that they are. I think higher of Andrew Wiggins. I think Steph is the dude though. And Steph has to be not perfect, but man, he's got to be really good. And then you hope for nights like you had, you hope like you can get close to 20 from Jordan Poole. You hope that you can get close to 20 from Clay. But the problem is, if you do, you have to win those games.
Yeah.
Because you probably won't get those every night. I'm more confident in saying you'll get a near perfect Steph Curry than you'll get a combination of Steph, Clay, and Jordan Poole in a game.
Can we rank the players in this draft in this series real quick?
Sure.
Number 1, that's tough.
I don't know. LeBron, and then Steph. And it's like if you said Steph, LeBron, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna. But it's LeBron
those are
and
1
Steph
and 2.
or Steph.
Those
and
are
LeBron.
1 and 2, right?
Then it's Anthony Davis.
And then
Is it Andrew Wiggins?
Andrew Wiggins better than D'Angelo Russell?
For me,
right now.
I think I'd pick Andrew Wiggins right now.
I'd go. That's a tough one.
Yeah, again, it's like
it's a tough one.
If you so is the next ones are Andrew Wiggins, D'Angelo Russell, or D'Angelo Russell, Andrew Wiggins. Like they're close. I'm fine with that.
Clay after that. I'm trying to think if there's nobody else in the Lakers. I think it's Clay.
Yeah.
And then you're probably going, well, Joe, this sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy. I know it does.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Today, is Clay better than Austin Reeves?
No, that's not crazy. Yes, I believe that he is, but no, that's not crazy.
I think I might go Austin Reeves.
Has played. Nah, I wouldn't.
I think I might go Austin. Today, I might go Austin Reeves.
I wouldn't.
He has more playmaking.
Tiebreaker.
I got to give the edge to Clay, but Austin Reeves, he's pretty good. But I think I don't know. I don't know if I'm even respecting Clay, and that's what it is. But I'll go Clay. Clay can still do more as far as like having more impact.
I don't know what we're accomplishing other than like it's really close.
Yeah.
Like all of these are really, really close.
Lakers have 2 and 3 though, or 1 and 3, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, they do.
And
I think so.
Like
1 and 2 are close.
They might have 1, 3, 4.
Well, I think 1 and 2 are close.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, LeBron and Steph are really close. The problem is, perhaps the problem for the Warriors is Anthony Davis is closer to 2 than he is to 4.
Mm.
Like he's that. If you're ranking these players, he's that definitive.
Mm-hmm.
He's closer to the LeBron Steph category than he is the Andrew Wiggins category.
Mm.
And if that continues, that's where I like the Lakers. That's where and I know you like the Lakers in this series from the jump. I like the Warriors. Part of me, my biggest hang up was I don't know if the Warriors can do another 7. I felt like, and again, apologies for the analogy, I felt like they emptied the clip.
Yeah.
They're gassed.
That's one of the reasons why I picked the Lakers. I thought the Warriors gave everything to get through round 1. And
they had
sports.
to. They wouldn't have won if they didn't.
They're different sports, but it reminds me of when the Giants played the Dodgers. Dodgers did everything to get through that series and were out of gas by the time they got to the NLCS, and the Braves handled them.
Is Jared Vanderbilt the second best defender in the series to Wiggins? Because that feels like
Is he better than Draymond?
I think in what they're asking him to do, yeah, I think so. Like again, also now, like, and again, I'm not trying to knock Draymond. Like we're talking right now in this series.
Right now in this series,
I'd
give it to Draymond slightly, but
okay,
Jared Vanderbilt. I think Vanderbilt might be. I think Vanderbilt might be. I wouldn't just give Wiggins that. Wiggins a hell of a defender. I wouldn't just give him over Vanderbilt.
Well, that means you'd have Draymond at number 1.
He might be number 1. He might be number 1.
I think I'd still go even in the conversation of Vanderbilt and Draymond. I still think Andrew Wiggins is number 1. Like Andrew Wiggins I think he's bad.
He is bad. I mean, we just saw him. Like Fox kind of did what he wanted to do.
Well, yeah, but okay. Well, like that doesn't mean Davion's a bad defender. No,
but I like to just. I wouldn't be so quick.
He's impactful on the defensive end to me.
He is. I think Vanderbilt is just as impactful.
Okay,
and I think Draymond might be more impactful than both of them.
Really? All right.
Draymond, that's the one thing he still does really well individually.
No,
he's still one of them top defenders.
Let's get TC in here. TC back on the line, 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yo, what's up with my 2 brothers, baby?
What up, TC?
Hey, look. So we took all the gas out the Warriors, bro, that last series. And I mean, I'm not going for the Lakers, bro, but they too big. I mean, and no disrespect, like you guys were talking about yesterday, no disrespect to Sabonis, bro, but AD's not that. He gonna hit that. You get what I'm saying? They gonna rebound better. You get what I'm saying? And if Clay and all them other guys ain't hitting like them little lucky shots, and even Loon, what did Loon have? 20 rebounds, and they still lost. And honestly, they have that 14-point lead. They just choked at the end, so the game could have been way worse. Everybody's like, oh, Jordan Poole, last shot. Well, they was down 14, bro. So it's like, I don't know. The Lakers is too big, bro. Like, we would have matched up. It's weird to say, and I'm not trying to have my Kings lenses on, but even in the regular season, bro, we would have matched up better with the Lakers. LeBron really can't mess with us.
TC, we never. Yeah. The Kings never played this version of the Lakers.
Yeah.
So
I do think the Kings would have beat the Lakers.
Thomas Bryant turned into Kobe Bryant at the.
Well, he's gone now. So
what I mean is a big turned into Kobe Bryant against the Kings the last time at the Chase.
No, you're right. I'm just saying we don't have to worry about Thomas Kobe Bryant.
No, we got to worry about
Yeah.
Anthony Davis, though.
I think the Kings would have won that series. I think they
The
would
series
have
against the Lakers.
Yeah, I think they would have been. They would have worn the Lakers down.
Never know.
But I just think the Warriors don't have the gas, and I think that the Lakers will present a problem in the paint for them.
We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about this series. A couple of notes from the NFL. Matt George is going to join us as well, live from the ABC 10 studios. D'Lo and Casey return here. D'Lo and Casey brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sabonis guarding AD is tough, but he can. Brad Schmidt, I don't like LA. Understandable. He's broke out. That's all right. We all got our crutches. I think Warriors win 4 of the next 5. Really, Tyler? Wow. Okay. I don't think so. I don't see it. But I did like the Warriors in this series. It's just hard for me. It's hard for me to see anything close to a 30-20 Anthony Davis and they lose. This game is a lot though, because the Warriors have lost 2 straight home games now, and that was supposed to be, one of their strengths is playing at home. We know, and again, I think when you get to the playoffs, you can throw some of this stuff out, but they struggled on the road. Flip side of that is they won 2 road games here, so again, you can throw all of that stuff kind of in the garbage once the playoffs get here.
If they lose tonight, do they need to take both games in LA?
Man, if they lose tonight, a lot to me will depend on how they lose. Do they need to take both games in LA? Yeah, I mean, you're down 3-1. Yeah, probably. Appreciate you guys being here. Let me take a quick look. Oh, yeah, let's hit the thumbs up. Let's go. Let's hit the thumbs up. Shout out to everybody chatting. I know you already hit the subscribe button. I think we went past. We sure did. 4,800 real people. We appreciate you guys. But hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons if you will. Yeah, huge game tonight. Nick Clayton. You mean Nick Claxton, JToy15? I like Nick Claxton a lot. Assuming, of course, that's who you're referring to. D'Lo, when is the summer D'Lo and Casey cookout sponsored by Sky River? I don't think we're having a cookout, but I think we're having something else. We haven't gotten it. I'm trying for a June event and a big event in August. But I got to wait for my girl Justine to get back. Because I think she's on vacation. I haven't heard from her this week, so we can iron some of that stuff out. But yeah, we got some big events planned, man, for sure. And that one in August. That one in August, it's going to be a monster. NBA draft watch party at Sky River. Now that's possible. That's possible. That could be fun. I don't feel like the draft has the same cachet. Would you guys be down for that? Like, would you want to do that? I didn't feel like the draft had the same, cachet because the Kings are drafting like so late. But like, are you digging the idea of a draft party at Sky River? Let us know, because that's not what I pitched. I pitched something else. And I think what I pitched is pretty dope too. But yeah, it'd be fun for sure. I just don't feel like we'd be as invested in it. But if y'all down, we could look into it. Lottery losers. Hate to see it.
Oh. 32 brews on tap.
31st.
First round picks. Oh man, I forgot all my stuff.
You know what you're talking about. You like jogging to the kitchen. You see this dude jog. I don't know if Jazzy 510 was in here, but that tweet she posted was hilarious. Or not tweet, that Instagram story she posted was hilarious. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Matt George set to join us coming up in about 30 minutes or so, live from the ABC studios. All in all, this is a pretty even series between the Warriors and the Lakers when you talk about talent. But obviously, this is a huge game for the Golden State Warriors because I know they just did it. We're all aware they just did it. You don't want to go down 0-2 going to Los Angeles.
That's the difference.
That's you don't want to go down 0-2 going to Los Angeles. And it's also, worth pointing out, mentioned this a couple of days ago. It's lost 2 home games in a row.
Mm-hmm.
A place, 2 home games in a row at the Chase Center, a place where they only lost 8 times, I think it was, all year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an important component. Of course, all of that stuff is thrown out now. I don't think the Warriors play on the road is a thing anymore because they just won 2 road games in a playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the home court thing doesn't have the same cachet clearly as they've lost 2 here in the playoffs. But I think if they want to stay alive in this series, you don't want to go down 0-2 to the Lakers going to Los Angeles.
I agree. This is a big time game.
I don't think that's exactly a hot take as I said it out loud, but it's just the flip of starting at home and losing 2 and then having to go get 2 on the road. That feels tough to me.
Yeah, and that's tough. And to have to get 2 on the road, right? Yeah. You could change the whole dynamic of the must-win abilities of this game, sort of like what the Celtics did with the Sixers. Like if we're Philly, like we talked about earlier, Philly probably feels like they have to win these next 2 to have control of the series. If you're the Warriors, you could put that same type of pressure on the Lakers to feel like, hey, to maintain control of this series, we got to take advantage and win these next 2 games.
It finally happened. The Milwaukee Bucks have dismissed coach Mike Budenholzer.
Wow.
I'm going to repeat that just for those. The Milwaukee Bucks dismissed coach Mike Budenholzer. Wow.
So dismissed.
Interesting. They didn't fire him. They dismissed him. They dismissed him.
They like him. They just felt like they had to move in a
Who was it? Who was fired?
It
had to.
Was it Nick Nurse?
It was Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse was fired. That's what it was. Yeah. I didn't think they were going to do that. Wow.
We heard some things about the Bucks that I don't know. I don't even know if we should repeat it word for word, but they got an eye towards the future.
Yeah, we did hear some things. I
say that might be a tough. I say that because it might be a tough sell for the next coach. Like if you want somebody to be the next coach.
So I don't know how to dance around this. When you have a superstar player,
the time is now.
When you have a superstar player, there's always going to be speculation about their future, right? And I think there's, even though Giannis has not said anything publicly at all, I think there is speculation about his future.
Mm-hmm.
There's also speculation about the future of the Milwaukee Bucks, and we've started to see some of that stuff fall into place recently. Meaning the Milwaukee Bucks organization.
Yeah.
God, this is interesting. Who is the front runner for this job? Like, it's so
It won't be
late in the hiring cycle, I guess.
It won't be, but somebody that should get real consideration is Sam Cassell. And I mentioned Sam Cassell because he's before Giannis, the most successful time that Bucks franchise had in the last 30 years was the team with Sam Cassell, Ray Allen, and Glenn Robinson. Bring him back. Give him that opportunity. That he should be in the mention. I don't think he will be, but I think he should be in the talks. I think they're going to go with somebody more established.
Isn't there a coach on his staff that keeps getting interviews?
Oh yeah,
is it Charles?
Yeah, he was talked about last year with the Kings.
He was talked about with the Kings.
Charles Lee.
Yeah.
I mean, is this a Nick Nurse situation? Is this a Dwayne Casey, Nick Nurse situation?
Quite possibly. I think I would think they would go with somebody more established. Good Kid, Dad City, maybe Nick Nurse.
Nick Nurse, yeah, like it could be that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I wouldn't have. Well, they didn't fire him. I wouldn't have let go of Coach Bud this year.
They dismissed him.
Yeah.
They dismissed him.
That was tough, though. That was tough. That's a tough loss, man. That's a tough loss. You blew what, 2 15-point leads?
Yeah.
With Giannis.
It feels like people have wanted this for a long time. Like, I understand.
Probably just waiting. Yeah.
Like, didn't his brother die? Like, during the series?
Yeah. Yeah.
So with that in mind, is there a chance if like the idea was if we lose, we're firing Mike Budenholzer, and it was that was the plan, period. Getting into the playoffs, if we're not back in the NBA Finals, Conference Finals, whatever their barometer was, we're firing Mike Budenholzer because this feels harsh.
It does feel harsh. It really does feel harsh. And
I get it. It's business, but
that's what I'm saying.
God damn.
Like if you felt that way, would you be okay with? Well, I guess I would too because I have a heart. But would you be okay with the team saying, we wanted to fire him, but we couldn't because he had personal tragedy?
Yeah, I'd be perfectly okay.
That's what I'm saying. You and I both have a heart.
I'd be perfectly okay.
I'd be okay with that. But
it's not. But I'm not running a $1 billion business,
right?
Either.
And some people wouldn't. Some people be like, you can't let your personal feelings get in the way of what you think you should do. What's best for this franchise?
Yeah.
So, like I said, that's a tough call because I got to be honest. That would have changed a lot of things for me.
Chris Middleton has a player option this year. Is that right? I feel like we just looked this up. It's a player option this year. Is Chris Middleton enticing to anyone?
Not to me. He's not that guy anymore. I think whatever's going on with his knees have taken away who he was.
It's just not him.
He's got a $40 million player option.
And I think whatever's going on with his knees, he's going to tap into that $40 million.
Oh, I ain't mad at that. Do you have? How old is he?
I think he's 31.
Oh,
I think it's my guess.
31. Yeah, 31.
He'll be
31.
He'll be 32 this year, though.
Okay, well, that's how birthdays work.
Well, I mean, he could have just turned 31.
That's a good point. Good point.
Smart ass.
Oh, that's what I was about to ask you real quick. You have any more on Coach Bud?
Nah. I think he's a good coach. Sometimes when I see these things and I hear people talk about, sometimes I just think I don't understand basketball. I never thought Mike Budenholzer was a bad coach. I get sometimes good coaches get fired.
Yeah, nobody.
I mean, Dwayne Casey. I believe Dwayne Casey's a good coach. I believe Nick Nurse is a good coach. I think Mike Brown's a good coach. He's been fired.
That's part of the.
Sometimes I just hear these arguments and go, man, I guess I just don't understand.
That's just part of the business.
I guess.
Like these guys are, they're going to, have different jobs. They're gonna, get let go. Yeah, it's part of the business, unfortunately. because I agree with you. I don't think Coach Bud is the problem by any means. I don't think he's the reason why they lost. And I've never been on an NBA roster, so I don't know how these things go. But if they feel like they tuned him out, like that says more about the players than it does Coach Bud.
Yeah, if there's
because
I feel like that's a whole.
What he was saying was good enough to win a championship. Now you don't want to listen because you don't want to listen now because he's been there for 5 years.
Yeah, that's dumb.
You know what I mean? Like that sounds crazy.
I feel like that's weak too. Like Eric Spoelstra's been the coach of the Heat for 2 decades, but roughly. Nobody tuning Coach Spo out,
right?
Because I don't know, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Like Eric Spoelstra is a guy who demands respect. Maybe Mike Budenholzer doesn't. I don't know. This stuff is hard to talk about because we're not there,
right?
Especially with a coach who has been successful the way Mike Budenholzer has. You're listening to Dillon and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes.
I wanted to ask you this before the reset because what I had to say doesn't have anything to do with sports.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was being sharp with the reset and leading us into something
You're
new.
fine. It has nothing.
I'll get the hang
it
of
has
this
nothing to do
radio
with
thing
sports,
one thing.
man.
That's
So
all right.
and it was just gonna be a quick little. I read. You see the mega buses coming to California?
The mega bus?
Yeah.
What is the mega bus?
It's prevalent on the East Coast. Like you can go take the mega bus from. It's like a double decker bus. It's supposed to be relatively nice. It's not a Greyhound. It's a step above a Greyhound.
Okay.
But you can on the East Coast they have it where you can go like from Baltimore to New York City.
Okay.
And it's like a $10 bus ride.
Oh, wow.
We're
Okay.
doing that here in California now.
Okay.
Sacramento's one of the stops. It's like Sacramento, you can go to the Bay Area, you can go to Fresno, you can go to LA on the mega bus. Them tickets are
I'd love to
cheap
meet the
for
person who goes, you know what? Let's get on this mega bus and go to Fresno.
Jazz took the mega
Let's
bus
take a day trip to Fresno.
from Baltimore to New York.
Are there classes? Is there is the top deck of first class? And
well, they say they have different type of tickets. So maybe I don't know. Them tickets are a little too cheap.
Have you ever been on a 2-story plane?
No, hell no.
Man, I took one to China, and there was a glitch in the computer when I was checking in, and they accidentally gave me a upper deck seat. Lord,
you sitting next to Carmelo?
I was actually sitting next to Sheldon Williams. So, but it was wild because you go upstairs and there's a whole other cabin, but it's only like 8 rows, and there's a big gap between there's like 2 and then like 5 or 6 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I had the first row before, so there was just like 10 feet in front of me. Like it was the most comfortable 18-hour plane ride you could ever have.
I could believe it. Double decker. That was so plain.
2-story plane. Well, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Yeah, megabus. I don't know if I'm getting on the megabus. I'd just rather take the train. If I'm not,
you really like the train. You bring the train up.
No, the train is
the train up at least once a week on the show.
The train's really nice. The only thing they haven't been able to figure out, I don't know if they ever will, is to make the train go from Bakersfield to LA.
Is the train to San Francisco? Is it nonstop?
There's always stops.
Yeah,
there's always stops, but there's not that many. So
well, there's what do they call it on East Coast? Like the Acela?
With the ones that go like straight.
They just go straight,
DC
from New York to
New
DC. Yeah.
I don't think they have.
I've taken that one before. That was a dumbass idea, but
what was wrong with that? Sounds good.
No, I know. I know. It wasn't. I didn't enjoy it. The stop in New York, I think I got on. Where did I get on? I don't remember if I was going to Connecticut. I think I was going from Connecticut to
I've taken that ride. We talked about it before because they stop in Stamford.
They stop in Stamford. That's right. They said, and then there's one in Stamford, there's one in New Haven. I think the Acela was in New Haven because that New Haven is it Yale?
Yeah, New Haven is Yale because I went to Bridgeport and I went to Bridgeport and we went to New Haven.
Sorry you did that.
Go out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you get out of there. I don't know how we got. Oh, the double decker bus. All
Mega
right.
bus coming to Sacramento. That's how we're gonna take our sponsored Kings Warriors trip next
You
year.
really got to be careful of the stuff you tweet, man. Woke up one day like, what the hell is this?
Bro, that was hilarious. Kenny tweeted like, "Oh yeah, we're bringing this back next year, guys." No,
And
like,
then-
just like we're
Next year was now, and someone found it in Kenny's, profile. Hey, are we doing this? Like, why the hell did Kenny tweet this? And looking at the date, it's like a year ago. Like, Kenny, right after you finish your interpersonal communications class, you need to take your social media. You need to take your social media behavior class.
Man, Casey was trying to push 1320 forward from the jump.
Oh man,
COVID time, still at home. When are we gonna be out there with the people, guys? Come on, we need to be out there.
Right, the cases were at the highest they'd ever been. It's like, yo, we got to get outside.
We're wasting time, guys. We got to get out there.
Y'all have no idea what a dream come true that first live show was for Kenny. Kenny was trying to push for a live show like it. We gotta be out there with the people. Like, yeah, no, like Kenny, people are dying. Like, we can't do a remote. Like, we can't do a live show. Like, we literally aren't even supposed to go to the grocery store right now.
Oh man,
that
was wild.
First vaccine comes out. Hey, I mean, they rolled these vaccines out. I mean, we gotta be out front of the people. Be talking to Danny in San Francisco. We got to be out in front of the people. Like, we got to be with the people out there. We can do a show. We got to be in front of everybody.
At least once every other meeting. I was trying to be out there with the people, man.
You know what's funny too? You know how KC is about to cuss you out? He starts talking like really slow and soft. Like, look, Jeff, I ain't trying to tell nobody how to do their job. I'm just saying we've been here. We've been here. We've been putting out the product. Like, look what we do. Look at our numbers. They can't match our numbers. Like, look at what we're doing. Now, I'm not telling anybody how to do their job, but they ain't doing their job. That's how you know. And the other thing Kenny will do, this is just a little insight. The other thing Kenny will do is he'll like lean forward, like close to and he's just like he's super casual. He's about to mess your whole world up. But he's just super casual.
You know the problem I got with that too is that Kenny always does that right when we're about to wrap the meeting.
Oh,
so
every time.
20 minminutes. Every time.
Every time.
All right, guys, we'll wrap it up. Anything else? And then Kenny, yeah. Now we're stuck. Now we're here for another 30 minutes because of Kenny.
Now we go till 9:45. We would have been out at 9:17. Now 9:45.
And Kenny's thing is really important for Kenny, for him to tell you he's not telling everyone else they suck. But it's going to be very clear by the time Kenny is done saying what he's saying.
I ain't trying to disrespect nobody's job title, man. I'm just saying. Can't be done this way.
We doing our job. We doing our job. They do one, they do two. It ain't enough. It ain't enough.
Not enough. We gotta pick it up, man. We always gotta be looking for more. More.
What's next? I gotta know what's next. What are we doing next?
I'll tell you. Oh, that's Kenny's great go-to line.
What's next, baby?
What are we doing next?
What's next? We didn't already conquer this. What's next? Come on, more. Never satisfied.
Those meetings, man.
Kenny a wild dude, man. Kenny a funny dude in these.
Who are we conquering next?
Well, hopefully we'll announce that pretty soon, because we've got other mountains we want to climb, man. We got things we want to do here. Hey. When the time is right, I'm going to tell y'all something another brand manager said to us a couple of days ago about this audience and what they think about this audience and what you've managed to accomplish. You, not us. You. I'm going to share that with you when the time is right, because he said it to us and it registered immediately, and I haven't stopped thinking about it. I have not stopped thinking about
facts too.
That line he said. So we'll I know we're being cryptic. We got something for you. And if you've been paying attention, we got something for you. Matt George is going to join us in about next. That is absolutely what's next. It's definitely what's next. I ain't telling nobody how to do their job. But they don't be doing it. Like Stephen Brown says, do your job. We're doing all the work over here. What are you doing? I'm telling you, that's the key. If you ever having a conversation with Kenny and he gets, look, I ain't trying to tell nobody about nothing. Just know you're cooked. He's about to tear your ass apart. And the only thing that gets people's attention in this building is when Kenny gets upset. Because Kenny don't ever get upset.
I don't
Kenny got upset one time. Kenny got upset one time and like 7 deals closed in the next 4 days.
Don't listen to this guy, man. Don't listen to this guy.
All of a sudden, like, we've got to change things. Kenny got mad. Kenny said the F word twice in the meeting. We've got to change things.
Tell you, man, don't listen to this guy. Man.
Did you see Schefter call the NFL draft NFL Coachella?
Come on, man. Whose man is this?
I don't think Schefter's ever been to Coachella.
Whose man is this? I did see that though, and it made me rethink one of my stances.
Okay.
Because the whole basis of it is he was like, they're never having an NFL draft inside anymore. Like that's done. Like Radio City Music Hall, you're done out here in these streets. Everything's going to be outside to the masses and everything else. And one of the ways he phrased it was he was like, you're going to talk to the NFL is going to talk to these cities and be like, we'll never give you a Super Bowl, Green Bay, but you can have the NFL draft. And
that does not feel like a fair trade-off to me.
It doesn't, except I think they said there was like 300,000 people.
Yeah, but that's so fascinating to me. I remember watching it for a few minutes. It was at like the barbershop it was on. Hey, why are people there?
I don't know.
And it was like Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you doing?
So this is where I rethink things, right? Because I'm like, we agree. Like, why would I go out there? And I'm just standing around in between picks, 10 minutes every time. I'm just standing there. Why would I go out there? And then I said, I had to be real with myself. If the NFL draft came to Sacramento, we wouldn't go out there.
No.
You wouldn't go out to the NFL draft if it came to Sacramento.
Did you just meet me?
You wouldn't go out to the NFL if it came to Sacramento.
If we're not working, we're going for our. No.
You would go out.
No. Bro.
Like, come on, man. Let's go out there.
Fam.
Not you.
What did I say to you? What did I say to you? Me, you, Ramsey, and the lovely Katrina. We're standing in this specific part of the Golden One Center. 10 other places we could have stood. For some reason, we stopped in this one spot
right there too.
And I said, yo, I'm getting claustrophobic. We need to move.
But you can slide out. Say that,
bro, it's too many people.
Say the NFL draft was at the Capitol. You could be standing by that empty hole in the ground.
That's too many people.
I think you'd go out there.
You can think whatever you want to.
I think I'd go out there too.
I know you would.
Would I stay for the whole time?
It's going to take me
would
15
I be there?
minutes to get there. I'm going to go.
Well, playoffs were a little different. Got a little crazier. Just getting off J Street was a little crazier. I'd park other places. Wow. But I don't know if I'd be there Saturday.
I ain't going.
But for the first round, I'd be there for a while.
Look, if y'all want to give me a pass to where I can get it and
sit where Mac Jones was sitting and his family,
sit next to Will Levis and his crew, the whole crew, I'll do that. But if you just want me standing out next to the street light, no, I'll be the only one out there not in a jersey. I ain't going.
I get it.
That's crazy.
I get it. I don't get it, but I get it.
You go stand out there with, what would you say, 300,000 people?
Yeah, I'd be off on the sides though. I'd be skirted off.
Couldn't even get in the echo and rig.
Where I could like maneuver out.
You know what I'll do? I'll go to Sky River Casino and watch. That's what I'll do.
I'd always go to Sky River Casino. Absolutely.
Me standing out there next to a street lamp so I can hear someone's name being called.
Yeah, see, I don't know, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'd be off to the side.
Like,
though.
I get if you're
I'm not
like
gonna be in the middle.
If you're like fans and like you got a whole crew going down there.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just gonna go stand out.
Well, you know, when you go, you ain't never alone. Everybody know who you are. You're gonna be standing out there by yourself. Somebody always gonna pull up on you in a good way.
Oh, well, Let's hope. Someone pulled up on me on that first watch party. We'll come back. Matt George joins us. He's pulling up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Did 15 minutes on Kenny's meeting behavior. Summertime is arriving.
Kenny's meeting behavior in the megabus.
Oh, man.
It's summer, baby. It's one game.
Y'all should really see Jesse in the meetings. We'll save that for later, but Jesse's the funniest one.
Hilarious.
Especially if you're in on it. Yo, Goofy came to the spot today. Yeah, Goofy came and hung out with us.
Did you make a goofy face when they told us to?
I didn't.
I didn't either.
Goofy came to hang out, man. Look at that. Goofy getting the Malik Monk 3 and the Black Panther clothing. Probably, the wake-up call, they were smart asses. Yeah. Katie was like, hey, do you have an outfit like he has on? I looked at her like, oh, that's what we're doing? All right, Katie. No, theirs are like 100, 200. Yeah, they're absurd.
Hey, this is fire. You probably seen it. I just seen it. You saw it coming.
No.
That's
I don't have it.
Go to their Instagram. Go to one's Instagram. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of fire. that's gonna be kind of fire. I ain't even
hang on
this fan, but that is gonna be kind of fire. Damn.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh. 50 with Busta Rhymes. September 4th. 3 days later. So that means this is a Monday.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
They didn't hear any of this.
Yeah.
September 4th is a Monday, and it's Labor Day.
Oh, that's gonna be fire.
Tickets go on sale the 12th. Oh, yeah, I think we doing this. Yeah, I think we going to 50.
Yeah.
Bro. Man,
I'm gonna be going
broke.
hard on every Get Rich or Die Trying song, bro. That album was so fire.
That might be the first CD I ever had.
I got
fire.
I got Beyonce into LL into 50. Man, look at this guy.
Hey guys.
Man, you look sharp.
Thank you, sir.
What's going on?
Damien Barling School of Fashion.
You want to go to 50 Cent on September 4th?
I'm down.
Golden One Center.
I am very down. I'll tell you this, though. I was just listening to your guys' conversation on the way in. I am a live event guy through and through. Like, I'll go to Disneyland in a bunch of crowds. I'll stand in a line for 2 hours to ride like a ride at Disneyland. If the NFL draft comes to Sacramento, there's no chance I'm going. Unless I'm working it, which I would. No chance I'm going.
Y'all bugging. Y'all be at the NFL.
Looks boring as hell.
It does. It looks very boring, but it's like if the NFL draft came to Sacramento, it's the only time the NFL would ever do anything in Sacramento.
And that's fine with me. That's literally fine with me. I could care less about the NFL being in Sacramento.
Nah, that you'd have to see that. You'd have to see that.
You just live stream it for us,
Jesse,
Kenny.
I don't think Jesse would go.
Yeah, because like I got Dolphins fans in my family, so we'd do like a whole big ass thing.
I'm kind of hyped for this 50 show.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
hyped for Busta. I'm gonna need them to stop announcing concerts though, because
I've been trying to get you to be the bad influence for me to buy tickets every single time, and you keep being responsible, and you need to knock it off.
that responsibility died when I got in early on some LL Cool J tickets and bought them, like just buy them. Yeah. So yeah, that's gone, buddy.
I still haven't forgiven you about Kendrick.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I haven't forgiven myself about Kendrick. That was a top 10 stupid.
Because these are all concerts that my wife is not very interested in.
Hey, have you ever been to Q 1227?
No, well, never know. Coming back, Matt. $50 Cent's going to be live at the Golden One Center on September 4th. And we're bringing Matt George with us.
Okay, let's go.
Matt George, by the way, for those that are just listening, looks phenomenal today.
He did, man.
Like,
Sharp, man.
he looks fantastic. He's got all black on. He's at the ABC studios. He's ready to rock. I'm sure he's got a hell of a Locked On Kings podcast on the way. But we're always happy to have you on, my friend.
Already just dropped today, but wait till the show's over to go and listen to it. I had Iowa men's basketball head coach Fran McCaffrey back on to talk about Keegan and to talk about Chris Murray, Keegan's brother. So it is a good pod, so go and check it out. Fran is amazing.
Didn't we say that he looked like the guy on Winning Time?
Yes. Yeah.
The coach.
Yeah, we
was
did.
That Whitehead or
Fran had himself a season. Fran wound up a meme a couple of times this year, or at least once this year he wound up a meme. Tell us about Chris, though. We were talking about Chris earlier. How likely is Chris Murray around the where the Kings are drafting, and do you think that's actually something they would do?
See, I think you're asking the wrong person with that, because I'm just now starting to. It's been wonderful not giving a damn about the NBA draft and draft lottery and anything until this point. Like, it's been phenomenal. But from what I understand about Chris is that he's at best a late lottery first rounder, more than likely just outside of the lottery. And I believe the Sacramento Kings are going to be in what is like the 21, 22, 23 range, around that. So I think the belief is that Chris Murray is going to be off the board. But if you go and listen to my podcast at the very end, Fran is talking about Chris. And what I really like is he goes into the details as to why Chris stayed one extra year in Iowa. He talks about how the Murray twins, they've done everything together. They're best friends. They've played ball together. And Keegan is the highest draft pick out of Iowa in their history. They've had a lot of good draft picks as recent as like Luka Garza, but Keegan is the highest they've gone at 4. He said Chris could have been, Fran McCaffrey said that Chris could have been an absolute lock for a two-way contract this past year. He would have gone in the second round and been a two-way contract. And he said most guys in college take that because it's opportunity, it's money right there, and they can go play professionally and try and work their way onto a roster. But he said that Chris wanted to separate himself from Keegan in the sense that he wanted to go back, he wanted to do it right, he bet on himself and said, I was going to be a first-round pick. And then he comes in and is now projected to be just like I said, right outside the lottery or late lottery first rounder. So good for him. That's the resiliency of like that Murray family, obviously the history with Iowa. So I would love for Chris Murray to come to Sacramento. I actually asked Keegan about it in the exit interviews. And Keegan said that he would love to have Chris here. He said he's going to be working with Chris through the whole draft process, which is pretty cool. The only issue that I would have, and this is an issue for Kings PA announcer Scott Moak, is if Keegan gets the Keegan Murray call and response because he's got 2 syllables in his first name and Chris doesn't, that ain't right. So we got to find a way to add another syllable into Chris's first name or something like that, because we got to can't one Murray brother get the call and response and the other one doesn't get it. So Scott Moak would have to work on that.
Christopher Murray.
Yeah. Well, he's just got to have his own. He got to have his own thing. Chris got to have his own.
Chris thing. Murray.
Scott's a pro. He'll figure it out.
We'll work on it.
He'll figure it out.
But part of me though, Matt, and I think they would love playing with each other. They best friends, brothers, all this other stuff. Part of me, I think there is a part of them as well that would like to be their own person.
Absolutely.
I think that's, you mentioned, it's one of the reasons why Chris stayed. He wanted to distinguish himself away from just being Keegan's twin brother. And I think in the NBA, I think they might want it the same way. Like, no, I'm Chris Murray. He's Keegan Murray. I play here. He plays here. It'd be great. I mean, he's a great ball player. And like I said, they love each other as brothers. So if they ended up on the same team, it would be all good. But I do think there's a part of them that wants to establish their own identity separate of each other.
Well, as a only child, I'm perfectly capable of speaking on this. I know very, very well about sibling rivalries and sibling matchups. I kind of got that sense too, Kenny. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I thought about, like, the Kings could absolutely use Chris Murray, another wing who is versatile, who can space the floor, who can put the ball or can create his own shot if he wants to, who rebounds, he's not as good as Keegan, hence the draft positioning and things of that nature, but he can come in and he could absolutely play a role in Sacramento and I think be effective for the Sacramento Kings. So there's a reason to want the Chris Murray archetype type player here in Sacramento. And this is, again, from the basic knowledge I have of talking to Coach McCaffrey about him, watching very, very little of Iowa basketball this year and going off of that. So I'm by no means an expert. I think for what Chris Murray is supposed to be in the NBA, if his game translates to the NBA, the Sacramento Kings could absolutely use that. But I agree with you. Like, I would imagine, as close as they are, I remember when Keegan had his introductory press conference, I think it might have been James who asked Keegan about, like, his brother and his relationship. Are you going to miss your brother because they like shared a car and everything like that? And Keegan goes, nah, I ain't gonna miss him. And then I when I asked Keegan at the press conference, Mike, the way I posed the question was, would you rather have Keegan in Sacramento or in the Eastern Conference? And Keegan said no, he wouldn't mind having Chris in Sacramento. So I think it'd be really cool to have the Murray twins. The only thing that the NBA has to get right is actually use the right dude's picture this time on draft night. So make sure you're actually, they should reverse it. They got to get it right and use Keegan's picture, but make sure it's the Sacramento Kings picture of Keegan Murray when Chris is drafted to whatever team he's drafted to. NBA's got to fix that a little bit and make up for that.
Keegan Bradley.
Yes, indeed. We haven't talked since the series has ended, since the Kings season has ended. Have you given yourself time at all to think about free agents, improving this team, targets, like stuff like that?
I haven't dove deep. I already saw like Will Z, because he's a workhorse, already has like his list of free agents out there. So good on you, Will. You're a better man than I. But I haven't gone deep into the specifics, but like I've made sure to, while we're still celebrating the year for what it was, like I'm making it at least perfectly clear in my own mind or to myself, like the ride is over. Like the vibes were great. The beam was awesome. The ride is over though. Now you got expectations. Now there's work to do. And work doesn't have to start necessarily today. Like Monty McNair has been talking about, Mike Brown's been talking about, like we separate ourselves, we take a step back for a week, enjoy our families, enjoy everything that was. Then maybe next week we start to get to work. That was what Monty was talking about. So, I mean, every single thing that the Kings do or don't do this offseason has to be broken down and looked under a microscope of, does it make the Sacramento Kings better? Specifically, does it help this team go from good to great? That's that small gap that Mike Brown says is harder to get to get in between than it is to go from bad to good, like the Kings did this past season. So everything the Sacramento Kings do you bring back Harrison Barnes? Does that make you great? Do you let Harrison Barnes walk? If so, you have to replace him with someone that's just as good, if not better than him. Does that make you great? Who are you drafting, or are you trading the pick? Does that help make you great? Like there's expectations with everything the Sacramento Kings do now. And I think a lot of Monty didn't necessarily show his hand, but in his post-game press conference, I think he revealed a little bit of what his mindset is. I should say post-season press conference. He basically said, like, a lot of this is the guys that are here, the core 5 or 6 guys that are here, are expected to continue to get better. Like De'Aaron, another step. Domas, fix what you struggle with. Keegan, get better. Malik, get better. Kevin, get better. Like the young core of this group, the expectation is still to get better. I don't think there's going to be a superstar walking through that door. I don't think there's going to be like a Jimmy Butler or Bradley Beal or a superstar all of a sudden coming available walking through that door. It would be great if it happened that could change this organization overnight, but that's probably not going to happen. No matter what the Sacramento Kings do this offseason, I think it's going to complement this core that's already here, and this core is what needs to get better. So that's going to be what I'm paying a lot of attention to, especially when we get to training camp time this fall.
Do you, let me just ask you the question, do you think they need upgrades at the small forward position?
If they want, I'm just going to go with what I'm thinking. If they want to go deeper into the playoffs, yes. And I love Harrison. And I've been consistent over the last 3 freaking years with you do not move on from Harrison Barnes. He's extremely difficult to replace. And I still feel that way to some extent. And I hear Harrison speak, and I know how respected he is. I know the difference that he's made in so many players' lives and careers. So Harrison is extremely important to what the Sacramento Kings do. But the reality is Game 7, 4 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists. Like, that's not enough from your starting small forward. And I'm not blaming Harrison for the Kings losing Game 7. There's a lot of guys that didn't play up to the level that they're capable of, and it's going to be on them to, again, continue to develop and continue to grow. If the Kings bring back Harrison Barnes, what they absolutely know that they have is a consistent starting and, most importantly, available small forward every single night. And that's extremely valuable in itself.
Right.
But if this team wants to get to competing for championships, yes, I do think they need to upgrade that starting lineup to some capacity. And it's either going to be the 3 or the 4, depending upon where you feel comfortable putting Murray, or the 2. And even with Kevin Huerter's bad playoff series, I don't think you're overreacting about the 2. If you do, then maybe you're comfortable going small with Malik and Huerter coming off the bench if you can get a starting caliber 2 guard. These are all questions that Monty has to ask, but it seems like the most obvious upgrade to your starting lineup is Harrison.
That's hurtful.
It does. It sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I know everyone loves Harrison, but it's also the position everyone kind of points to.
It's also like the hardest position to fill. Like, every team wants
exactly.
wins.
Yep.
So good luck.
And that's why, like, and I'm kind of with what you said. Like, you've got to be sure you can upgrade it. Like, you've got to be sure, or at least it's got to be at least comparable. And I'm so curious to know what types of conversations the Kings have had with Harrison and his agents, because I'm sure there's if nothing else, a game plan set for how they're going to approach this moving forward. But yeah, that's the position everyone points to. Trey Lyles was another guy who was really vocal about being back here. Is Trey Lyles a guy that you think is back in the Kings uniform next year?
Trey Lyles said it's his number one priority to return, and if I'm Monty McNair, it's towards the top of my priorities to bring him back. Like, I don't know, when you're asking for reliability from someone who's a rotational player who understands and accepts his role, can rebound for you, can go small when you want to go small and play the small ball 5, can space the floor and knock down the 3. Trey Lyles does everything you could possibly want out of a rotation big or rotation forward, like within realistic expectations. So yeah, I think the fact that Trey Lyles says he wants to be back, maybe not the greatest of negotiation tactics on his part, because maybe he'll get less money now because Sacramento knows he wants to come back. I don't think he cares. I think he's bounced around to like 5 different stops or something like that. I think Sacramento is his home. He's found his home here. He's found his connections, and it wasn't sad, but it was one of the things he brought up was how much it meant to him that De'Aaron Fox invited him to dinner, and they went out to dinner like together as not teammates, but as friends, as people. And like, that meant the world to him. So I think he genuinely loved what happened here, and he recognizes this is the best opportunity. Plus, he's carved himself out a great role. And I naturally bring up in this conversation Sasha Vezenkov, because I've had people say, well, you got to choose between one or the other, or you bring Sasha Vezenkov over, you don't need Trey Lyles. I push back on that so incredibly strongly, because Trey Lyles is a known NBA commodity. Sasha Vezenkov has sexy highlight reels and is playing European basketball. And I agree with you, Kenny. I saw your Twitter post. Those crowds are nuts. They look awesome. and Sasha's been having a great time and been doing some great work. And I can easily see why it would be appealing for the Sacramento Kings to bring him over. I don't know what he is in the NBA. I know exactly what Trey Lyles is. And what Trey Lyles is extremely helpful and a perfect fit here in Sacramento. So you're damn right, I'm bringing back Trey Lyles. And if you bring Sasha over anyway, let him fight it out, and may the best man earn that spot. Or both of them might earn that spot, depending upon how Mike Brown wants to play.
Yeah, I would look to bring them both and have them on, well, not bringing Trey Lyles, but have them both on the roster and go about it that way. But you talk about who's coming back and all this other stuff. I'm going to still from our people over at CBS 13 just a little bit. And I'm going to ask you, Matt. I'm ask you a couple of people. And you tell me if you think today, things can change, if they're leaving or staying. We'll start with the two that you already talked about. Matt Barnes. Yes, sir. Matt Barnes.
I hope he's staying.
He's probably still on the broadcast. I would think so.
Harrison Barnes, staying or leaving?
Leaving, reluctantly.
Trey Lyles, staying or leaving?
Staying 100%.
Terrence Davis, staying or leaving?
Leaving.
Well, okay. Let me ask you one about Terrence. What would your preference be with Terrence? Like if it was general manager, executive of the year, Matt George, what would your preference be with Terrence?
Don't ask me to put a dollar sign on it or like an amount because I have no idea what market value is. But if I can get Terrence Davis for a good price, why wouldn't you? Like why wouldn't you keep him around? He works hard.
I think you can.
Yeah, I would absolutely negotiate with him and look if I need to free up a few $1 million to go and get a bigger splash move. Like I could see them not putting a cap hold on him, or I could see them definitely putting a cap hold on him to keep him around. I have no problem with Terrence Davis sticking around. I think he's going to seek more opportunity elsewhere because one of the things Terrence said in his end of season press conference, even though he was giving a lot of praise to Mike and praise to the team and praise to his growth, he made sure to point out this is the fewest minutes he's played in his career this season. So I think he wants playing time, and I don't know if he's going to get it here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Understandable. Chimezie Metu.
I think he's gone.
I got to be honest. I thought Matt froze. You were so still.
No, I
thought of Chimezie Metu. I was like, oh, the first ever Matt George freeze.
Full transparency. I'm reading the chatty house. I guess I misunderstood Kenny's picture of the European crowds because
no, you definitely did.
Yeah, I'm gonna look a little bit closer at it because if it's something bad, then this is not good.
I was gonna let it go.
I was gonna let it go. Too.
Oh. I just saw he was talking about the European crowd like it was crazy and it was cool.
Oh, it's crazy.
He said, "Oh yeah, it looked awesome."
On second thought, I don't want to be in Europe. I'll stay here. I saw another picture of a European crowd that was pretty sick. They were lighting flares and doors and stuff like that. Like that was kind of cool.
Once
that
again,
sound cool.
to be very fair to those people, they were flags. They were celebrating it. There was nothing nefarious going on. It was just a bad visual.
They were white flags.
Well, it's been a good career. That was fun.
It just looked really weird. And Matt loved it. So there you have it.
Well, okay, hold on.
So you say Metu's gone. I'll ask you one more because I think we both think Delly is either gone or a coach.
Yeah.
Alex Len.
Gone. I think he's gone.
So the interesting thing, real quick, Damien, is it's a lot of turnover.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. Yeah,
that's a lot of people that are going to be different in that locker room.
Yeah.
Well, you got two restricted free agents too in Keon Ellis and Nemi that you have to make decisions about too. And Nemi's spent 2 years in your two-way. Did he develop into someone you're confident and comfortable enough saying, hey, you're our third string center. Welcome to the main roster. And then Keon has been putting in great development. I hope to see Keon back at the very least with another two-way contract because I think Keon in a lot of ways is what the Sacramento Kings need if he could become a solid rotational piece. So I wouldn't mind seeing both of those guys back, but there's questions about them, and those are potentially two replacements that you have right there available for you if you're Monty. But he's going to be looking for upgrades as well.
You don't think Neemias is the guy?
I don't think Neemias is the guy to get consistent playing time by now, or I think he would have already with the size and the rim protection and the rebounding that this Sacramento Kings team allegedly needed. Now, I don't think Nemi had any shot. Well, he couldn't because he was a two-way contract. But even if he had a full roster spot, I don't think he would have even come close to touching the floor in the playoffs against the Warriors. So Alex Len at least got out there, and I like Alex Len a lot. But Nemi has, he killed it in the G League, and Nemi has the size and in theory, the skill set that the Sacramento Kings are kind of looking for with their lack of presence in the paint and lack of rim protection. So if you need a guy, you already have one that you're very familiar with that's right there waiting for you, and he's restricted.
So the other person we didn't bring up, I just forgot, but Rashawn Holmes. Do you think they, by any means necessary, get him on a different roster, or do they possibly bring him back?
All indications that I have point to Rashawn Holmes has no market value, and that was also last offseason. And 1 year less on your contract can be a big deal for teams. Paying a guy one year less. I think the Kings are going to continue to shop him, and I think a smart team. Again, I understand the money and he's overpaid a little bit, especially with what happened this year. Rashawn has something to give. He's got something to give somebody. He didn't just forget how to play basketball. He's not washed because he wears glasses now because he got hit in the eye 97 times. Like he's still a very good basketball player. So I hate to see him. I don't mean wasting away because he's had an incredibly positive attitude. He's stayed supporting his teammates. Mike made sure to shout out the guys that don't play specifically. He didn't say it by name, but he just talked about the group of guys that didn't play consistently still were so impactful and helpful with what they brought to practices and the work that they put in there and challenging the other guys. So I think Rashawn still has a lot to give. I'm a huge fan of Rashawn. I think Rashawn's future is outside of Sacramento, and I think everybody knows it. But you have to find someone to take that deal. And last I checked, from the last conversations that I had, Rashawn had no market value, and he didn't have the opportunity to really do anything this year to help improve that market value.
What's the next step for this franchise? Like when we get into next season and the free agency moves have been done, the drafts have been made, the training camp has been had. What do you expect to see from this team next year?
I expect this team to make it out of the first round, bare minimum. Like I don't care about seeding that much. I don't care about win total that much. But Monty also made it clear that he said consistently teams that are in the tier of where the Kings want to be, perennial playoff and championship contenders, typically are 50 win plus teams, 50 plus win teams. The Kings were at 48. So whether 48 next year is a 6 seed, this year 48 was a 3rd seed, who knows? It changes every year. Like, and 1 or 2 wins can be the difference of a bunch of spots like we saw this year. It all depends on how the rest of the Western Conference is. I don't really care. The regular season absolutely does matter. And what I want to see out of the regular season is a team that's obviously gotten better, a team that you can tell is gearing up for the playoffs. And I specifically want to see less of the mistakes at home of, oh, hey, Washington's in, loss. Oh, hey, Charlotte's in, loss. Oh, hey, these teams that we should be beating, we fell asleep a little bit. Like, I want to see a more mature team in that sense. And then when the playoffs roll around, they look like they're really, truly hitting their stride and they're ready to go. It's not massive growth during the regular season. They don't have to make a massive jump. It's little things. But when you get into the playoffs, regardless of who you're playing, I don't care if it's the defending champion Warriors, I don't care if it's the Lakers, I don't care if it's the best team you could assemble, make it out of the first round. Like that to me is my expectation. That is the goal that I think the Sacramento Kings are setting for themselves. That's the standard that I'm going to hold them to. Mike has this team believing that they should be championship contenders as early as now. So that's how I'm going to choose to look at this team.
You make great points with that, and I understand everything you're saying, Matt. I said earlier, I think the most important thing for this team next year is to make the playoffs. And it's not the same as like this year, like break the streak or anything, but establish yourself as a perennial playoff team. And I don't want to say it doesn't matter if they lose in the first round, but say, other teams, step their game up all throughout the regular season, and the Kings play Phoenix in the first round in a 3-6 matchup, and the Kings are 6, Phoenix is 3. They lose a game 7 in Phoenix to lose in the first round. I don't look at that as like, man, they didn't grow, or they didn't. This was a missed opportunity this year because they did the same thing they did last year. I think it's imperative that, like my partner says, don't be Minnesota. Make the playoffs. Make the playoffs again. Set your franchise up for what you want in the larger scheme. And I think that is a certain level of success for this team, even if they don't necessarily advance in the playoffs.
Yeah, context is important. Like it's hard to believe that the Sacramento Kings are going to be as healthy next year as they were this year. And that's with Domas playing through a broken thumb and Fox breaking his finger in the playoffs and things that Keegan dealt with. Like the Kings were labeled a lucky health team, and still they had all these injuries that they dealt with. And that was used to undermine them all season long, which was, I thought, ridiculous. But regardless, like if the Kings win 48 games again, or a first round exited again, and they do it with missing a top guy or an important starter for a third of the season or half the season. Okay, that's important context to have. That's not, you can't just classify that as a failure.
Yeah.
However, like, if the Sacramento Kings are first round exits again, let's say your scenario, Kenny, they lose to the Phoenix Suns in 7 games, but they were the road team this year or this time, and or they didn't have home court advantage this time. But Domantas Sabonis struggled again. Well, now you have major questions like, okay, we're going into an offseason where we believe we're re-signing Sabonis. You don't want to let Sabonis walk because you traded Tyrese Halliburton for him. But now you have back-to-back playoff series where you eliminated because the Robin to your Batman of De'Aaron Fox wasn't good enough. Where do you go from there? Like, and again, we're projecting literally a calendar year from now. So a lot of things can happen. And again, the belief is that this core, Malik, Keegan, all of them are going to get better. And I've stood pretty strong with the belief that the Sacramento Kings already have their big 3 here. Keegan is 3. He's going to get better. Like, and he's going to be able to do more. And then they have supplementary and hell, Keegan was a top 3 player for the Sacramento Kings in these playoffs. Maybe not. Malik probably. Actually, yes, I would say it was Fox, Malik, and Keegan. And that's probably not how it's going to be going forward. But I think Keegan is the third part of this big 3. I don't think this roster is a massive piece away from being where they want to be. I don't know about championship winners, but I don't think they're that far away. But it requires other guys to continue to develop and get better. And Sabonis is, of course, one of those guys too. So context is extremely important. But I agree with your scenario, Kenny.
Well, why do you think? So you're clearly not high on the play of Domas in this series, understandably so. Do you think it was really bad?
I wouldn't say really bad. He got completely outplayed by a role-playing center. Like, and I think maybe that's a little bit disrespectful to Kevon Looney, which I've already been flamed.
But did he?
Right.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I mean, he was completely, I think in a lot of ways, like, we're talking about the guy who entered the playoffs as the rebound champion. Before game 5, I think he was honored with the rebound champion award or whatever for the regular season.
I never knew that was a thing before that day.
I didn't either, but he got it.
Of course, we've never had a rebound champion here. So hey, that's awesome.
And then he proceeded to get his ass kicked on the boards by Kevon Looney. And again, there's not just on Domas. Like, I think I heard you guys talk about this earlier. Like, the Kings as a team have to do a better job helping Domas out, but Domas did not do a good job keeping Kevon Looney out of the paint.
Kevon Looney had 23 rebounds 2 days ago.
Yeah, against AD. You're 100, and he's a much better center than I gave him credit for. But Domas is supposed to be on a different tier. Domas is supposed to be on the different level as someone who is the Robin to Fox's Batman, or part of a big 2 of a eventual championship team. Domas has to play better, period, than he did in this series. I also think the Golden State Warriors did a really good job taking a lot of his game away, but Domas was not good. He had moments, he had decent plays, he had decent stat lines, but everybody watching that series would not look at Domantas Sabonis and say, hey, that was good. And he knows it too, and he's going to put in the work, and I expect him to be much better.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say about that, Matt, is, your expectations matter to a certain degree, right? And we expected Domas to at least be what he was in a regular season or elevate, right? And he had a whole bunch of things on his plate he had to do. He had to be the best rebounder, one of the best scorers. He had to be one of the best facilitators. They had to do all this. Looney had one job, maybe 2. Like, it wasn't even like shut down Sabonis. It was just like, put your hands up and don't foul. But his job was to rebound. And he did that exceptionally well. But, like, when I say your expectations and your role matter sometimes, what if the Kings told Sabonis, don't worry, you can score 4 points a game. We just need you to go get every rebound. He might average 20 rebounds a game too.
But you're also wasting the skills of Domantas Sabonis in that case. Sabonis is more of a 3-level center than Kevon Looney is. Kevon has one elite skill. Domantas Sabonis is a facilitator, a passer, and the foundation of what the Sacramento Kings do offensively, and he was completely taken out of the series.
Right, but my point is, Looney did his one thing really well.
Sure.
But if you ask Looney to do more, there's no way he could even put up the stats that Sabonis put in this series.
Sure.
So to just say that, it's not you, but to say that Sabonis was terrible or got thoroughly outplayed by Looney. In one aspect, yeah, he did. But I mean,
it was just a really big aspect. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it was a big aspect.
Stands out to me.
It was a big aspect.
Well, I also thought Kevon Looney did a good job defending Domantas Sabonis in the paint. I think the Golden State Warriors had a great game plan, which was you come into the paint, we're slapping at the ball, and it was for De'Aaron Fox too, especially after he hurt his finger. Like the Warriors weren't going to give the Kings any space in that paint. Said beat us from 3-point range, and the Kings unfortunately couldn't because they had a woeful shooting series. The one thing where I'll agree with you is a lot of people are commenting, "Oh, Domantas Sabonis' assists were down. His assists were down." If the Sacramento Kings shoot how they normally shoot, Sabonis' assists aren't down. So a lot of that, I mean, half of an assist requires your teammate to make the shot.
A far bigger issue was his shooting percentage was way down.
That was the worst part
and
of the series.
That's a credit to Kevon Looney and the Golden State Warriors.
Absolutely.
It was down a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and it was a very simple way of making Domantas Sabonis uncomfortable, which was backing so far away from him for an elbow jumper that he was still hesitant to take that elbow jumper. And that was the first thing Domas pointed out when he was asked, what is he going to work on? He's like, I got to get more confident and better as a shooter. And Mike Brown gave him the full green light on that. Hey, shoot away. I can live with that. If you miss it 10 times, I don't care. It's a good wide open shot. That's what you want in the NBA. So Domas has to get to a point because every team watches. Every team's going to do the same thing to Domas until he proves that he can do it or hit that shot and do things differently.
Right.
And so he has to be able to hit that shot. It doesn't have to be a 3-point shot, but that elbow mid-range jumper, if they're going to stand in the paint and wait for you, knock that thing down.
I agree.
It just are you covering the Lakers Warriors series?
Reluctantly. We're not going. We didn't go to game 1. We're not going to game 2. I think our only ABC game is game 3, so we're not going to LA. Maybe if it went to like 5 or 7. Well, we'll see. I don't know. To be determined.
Okay. All right. What do you think of the series?
I think people jumped the gun with, the Warriors are going to wipe the floor with the Lakers based off of how that start went. I think the Warriors should not be panicking at all based off of what happened in game 1. Like there are a lot of things that went right for the Lakers, a lot of things that went wrong for the Warriors, and they're more than capable of turning things around. So I would expect this thing to be
real quick. What went wrong for the Warriors?
I mean, the last shot by Jordan Poole, but that's an easy thing to point out. Even though Kevon Looney, I'm sorry,
they hit 21 threes.
Right? No, they had a great game offensively, but they also were carved up by AD, despite the fact that Domantas Sabonis, despite the fact that Kevon Looney still had another really good rebounding game, like AD clapped right back at him with 30 and 20 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So, and I also think I think the Warriors played well enough overall, especially offensively, to win that game. They just kind of fell apart a little bit, especially towards the end, and the wheels kind of fell off, which is not what you expect to see from that group. So I think the Warriors are going to be fine. I think the series goes back to LA 1-1. I'm not predicting the Warriors to win or the Lakers to win. I'll be completely honest with you. Like, I could care less who wins. I just want an entertaining series, but watching this through the scope of what if it was the Kings playing the Los Angeles Lakers?
Yeah, not fun.
That's not fun because I'm picking apart everything and going, yeah, AD probably could have had and would have had 30 and 20 against the Kings. I have no idea, but the Kings would run that team ragged if the Warriors were slowing down play against. I'm not saying the Kings would win the series or sweep the Lakers or anything like that, but I watched the matchup against the Lakers compared to the matchup against the Warriors and go, man, if Domas and the Kings got a shot at this group, I think it would have looked really different. But who cares?
You got to stop watching games like that.
Right.
We all have to. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy basketball.
Well, I can't enjoy Warriors versus Lakers. I can't do that.
I can't enjoy it, but I mean, look.
What's wrong with me? I enjoyed game 1.
Well, look, my alliances aren't torn. You can go ahead and play the clip. I don't care. Okay, Lake Show. They're not torn in this one.
That's a fun series. Fun series with 2 superstars. Apparently, there's a clip circulating, and I guarantee LeBron dropped this, or LeBron's. It's a clip of LeBron James talking about how Steph Curry is going to be a huge star, but it's real. Like it's LeBron, like back in the day, talking about like he was actually telling the truth on this one, and there's visual proof of it. I cannot wait to watch this clip. LeBron is going to be trending all night because of this clip, and I'm all for it. I am all for it.
Shout out, Bron.
Indeed.
Do work tonight, King.
Okay, all right, calm down. Sound like my mom. Any takeaways from Monty McNair's press conference yesterday? I know Monty is great at talking and saying nothing. But he, it was cool we watched his opening kind of statement, if you will, and running down the accolades of the Kings team this season. That was a long list. And hearing it all one after the other, in which he, of course, left out the fact that at the end he won Executive of the Year. It was all pretty impressive.
Yeah, the biggest takeaway that I had is what I already shared with you, which is him kind of, not letting it slip, but mentioning like so much of this offseason is about his core getting better, his young guys getting better. And he talked about how young they were and how exciting that is. I think he's realistic about what the Kings are going to try to do and what's likely that they can do. And that's just add to and try and build upon, not change. And what I mean by that is, like, you bring Jimmy Butler in, that changes who the Sacramento Kings are for the better, but it changes who they are. Mm-hmm. So, I think he's not looking to change this team. He's just looking to build and tweak and add and find the right complementary pieces that are going to make a difference in this regular season and are going to make the difference in the playoffs if their numbers are called. But the big playoff difference makers are going to be the guys that are already here that we know are here. Other than that, like any takeaways, like he was asked about Domas and his contract situation. And I think the Kings would love to get a deal done with Domas, but I don't think it's going to happen because I'm pretty sure Domas can make a lot more money if he just waits and tests free agency. And Domas is already on a pretty team-friendly contract as it is. So chase your bag, Domas. And I think Monty's pretty well aware of that. And then he gushed about Keegan, and like he should take victory lap after victory lap with Keegan. He should take victory lap after victory lap with Mike. He's not going to. But I mean, he's been so validated in so many things that he's done, from, of course, the Domas trade, which everybody mainly focuses on, but he was ridiculed for the Keegan Murray pick. He was. People forget he was ridiculed for that pick, and not as bad as he was ridiculed for the Domas pick, but a lot of people thought that Jaden Ivey was the pick and that Monty should not have taken Keegan at 4, or he should have used his assets better to trade down in the draft and go get more help like he was. And once again, why
are you bringing up old stuff?
Because I'm giving my guy his credit. I'm giving my guy his praise, because the moves that he's made, for the most part, he's made minor moves and things like that haven't really worked. And sometimes he's like the committing to Luke Walton and firing him after 16 games or whatever, things like that. He doesn't look great, but he's been knocking it out of the park with his drafts. He's been knocking it out of the park with moves that he's made recently. So he deserves to take victory laps, and he's not going to, but I wish he did. I wish he took the podium and said, "What do you think now?"
Well, Matt George, take your victory lap. Kings coverage continues all off season long over on Locked On Kings, and of course over at ABC 10. And more Kings coverage coming up when we run it back, and then we'll head out to Lakers and Warriors. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Okay, Lake Show.
God. Wow.
And I get crap for tweeting in 2014. This man says this crap on the air, and I get crap for tweeting stuff at 19 years old.
They got a job to do. They better handle it.
Embrace the bit, buddy. That's the key to the whole thing. You just got to embrace it.
They got a job to do.
Big time Laker fan here.
Hey, I didn't get a chance to say it on the air, but like this year, and I think we've all like positively reflected on this year and what it's meant for us and everything like that. But this year has been such an incredible year for me. First full year covering for ABC 10. The podcast absolutely exploded this year, but like this show was really special for me because it allowed me to be a bit different and allowed me to have fun and do gimmicks and bits and things like that and celebrate in a way that I can't really do it that much on my other platforms. And then the support of the Chatty House. The Chatty House is in the comment sections on my shows, like just supporting however many ways they can. So this show has meant a lot to me and done a lot for me this year. So I wanted to make sure I thanked you guys and thank the Chatty House too, because it was a big deal for me. So thank you for an amazing year, because it was crazy.
Oh yeah, man. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man, everything that you bring to the table.
Don't ever change. No matter how many times people yell at you, Don't ever change.
At this point, it's a term of endearment.
Pretty much.
I get yelled at. I'm like, I guess I'm still doing it right.
Hey, just ride with it, man. We rock with Matt George. I'll say that. We rock with Matt George. Well, good stuff. Great stuff. Now I know it's available. I can listen to the Locked On Kings podcast on my walk. Well, I hope.
Yeah, it should be done raining.
It's actually kind of nice outside. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like it's nice.
No,
Yeah,
it's not,
like
it's not nice. It's a little too chilly. It needs.
When I got out of the car, I was like, "Yo, it's kind of warm." Of course, that was
that's nice.
hours ago.
Wasn't warm when I got. It was actually raining when I got out the car.
Okay, we'll get here earlier, and it would have been warm. All right, we're gonna shut the broadcast down. Let Matt George go to work. We love y'all. Appreciate y'all as always. Have a great rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow. Check out Locked On Kings and Corners of the Culture.